So I hope everyone can see my screen. And now we start our conference. So it's my pleasure to meet everyone here. We'll start the second International Scientific Conference, Actual Problems of the Theory and History of Regional Architecture. This conference is a development of the project of Pacific National University launched in 2020 with the support of grant from the Russian Foundation of Basic Research. The project aims to develop inter-university and international relations and testing the key results of scientific research of Russian and foreign scientists on the territory of the Russian Federation and abroad. The architecture of individual regions is an integral part of global architecture, but at the same time it has its own unique specific features and distinctive well-recognized features. In this regard, a comparison of the architecture of different countries and regions will contribute to a better understanding of the general development processes of regional and band-borne architecture in the context of globalization. The event involves the creation of an open discussion platform for discussing topical problems in the field of theory and history of architecture of certain regions of Russia, Europe, and Asia, related to the search for national identity and intercultural interaction. Let's see conference program. We have two sections. There is Moscow time and program. Now we start first section, in search of regional identity, architectural heritage and modern urban planning in Europe and Asia. So let's start first speech from Pacific National University. The topic of my report is architect Maximilian Arnold and his heritage in Chita. The report presents the interim results of the scientific research project Architects and Engineers of the Eastern Outskirts of Russia, implemented with the support of grant from Russian Science Foundation. The project aims to study the creative heritage of architects and engineers graduates of various Russian and foreign architectural and engineering schools who worked in Yakutia, Transbaikalia, Amur region, Primorye, Kamchatka Peninsula, and Sakhalin Island, and identify their contribution to the development of the region's architecture. One of these architects is Maximilian Arnold, who worked in Chita at the end of 19th century. So Maximilian Arnold, architect, civil engineer, construction technician, and professor. He was born in Tambov province in family of chief officer. In 1856, he graduated from St. Petersburg Construction School with the title of architect's assistant. Then he took part in work on the construction of new spire of the bell tower of Peter and Paul Cathedral in St. Petersburg. So the main task was to replace wooden rafter with the metal ones. After that, the height of this famous building increased by 10 and 5 meters. So you can see this cathedral on the picture. And I think everyone recognized it. It's one of the famous sites of St. Petersburg. After that, he worked as an assistant inspector of the construction and road commission in Nizhny Novgorod province. From 1872, he taught the history of architecture at the construction school, later Institute of Civil Engineers, and Nicholas Engineering Academy in St. Petersburg. Was awarded title of engineer architect and published articles on structural mechanics in the magazine Architect. He engaged in construction of various facilities for the Red Cross Society during the Russian-Turkish War. And from 1880, he was in Siberia and took part in the construction of the building of Tomsk University. You can see it in the picture. Well, since 1888, the architect worked as a city architect in the capital of Transbaikal region, Chita, where, according to his design, the building of a post and telegraph office and complex of building for the Axis administration and the wine monopoly were built. So you can see a map. Map of Russia Federation, and you can see Transbaikal region. It's near Baikal Lake. So, and Chita, it's capital of this territory. The first building post and telegraph office. The facility was built in 1893. 2 years later, a saving bank was opened in it, and then a library. In 1925, a circle of radio amateurs was organized in the building, and radio antenna was stretched between the post office and Alexander Nevsky Cathedral. Later, new equipment was installed, which made it possible to organize radio communication between Chita, Khabarovsk, so now we're in Khabarovsk, and Moscow. The building is still used for its original purpose. The building is included in a register of architectural monuments as an object of regional significance. So we have 3 categories of state protection of architectural monuments. It's local, regional, and objects of state protections. So you can see original project made by architect Arnold. We find it this summer when visited Chita and worked in local archive. Chopped from coarse timber and shifted with planks, the building occupies a section of Lenin, Anokhin, and Butin streets. So it's 3 main streets in Chita. Its length is 78 meters and its width of 31 meters. The complex consists of 5 parts. The main one in the center, 2 sides wing connected by passages to the central building, and 2 stone volumes connecting the wooden parts. In the center is hipped roofed turret. An overhanging cornice is supported by brackets and framing the building around the entire perimeter. The under cornice part is decorated with a saw-cut thread of a geometric pattern in which the semicircle alternative with triangles. Of great interest are double window on the ground floor and equal interval along the entire facade. The windows of the second floor are single. The building is one of the few architectural objects of Siberia listed in the Catalogue of Wooden Architecture Monuments published in London in 1907. The next object is a complex of building for Axis management and wine monopoly. The project of the complex was drawn up by architect Arnold at the end of 19th century, but construction took place a bit later after architect's death. The complex occupies a whole block in the center of the city. It's complete, stylistically unified ensemble made of red brick. The complex includes an industrial buildings, 2-story houses, outbuildings, and retail store. The main production building, you can see it in the picture, has a complex asymmetric volume and located in the depths of the block. The 3-story volume is completed with a frieze with an armature belt and semicular pediment along the axis of the building and the level of the roof. The facade is decorated with red and yellow bricks. Currently, the complex has been reconstructed and its building are occupied by trade objects. So on the right photo, you can see our team. So we're here. Well, Arnold is also known in Chita as the author of the wooden triumphal arch built for the arrival of Crown Prince Nicholas. When Crown Prince was 22 years old, his father, Emperor Alexander III, sent him to see the world. Nicholas made his famous Eastern journey. He sailed from Europe across the Indian Ocean to Asia, visiting Greece, Egypt, India, Ceylon, Siam, China, and Japan on its way. In the final part of the tour, he visited the recently eastern part of the Russian Empire, which he was to rule. Then he returned from Vladivostok by river and railways to St. Petersburg. In all the cities of the empire that he visited during his journey, triumphal arcs had been built. Chita was not exception. Triumphal arch was built at the corner of Angarskaya and Burgunskaya streets, but it was wooden facility, and soon it was proposed to demolish the arch in view of its considerable dilapidation, but this was not done, and it stood until 1922. So Maximilian Arnold died in Chita in 1897. His professional activity in the capital of Transbaikalia is a typical example of the work of architects on the eastern outskirts of the Russian Empire in the pre-revolutionary period. At the time, the lack of their own architectural schools in the regions contribute to attraction of specialists from the central part of the country to the remote cities of empire. The creative heritage of Maximilian Arnold in Chita is not numerous, but nevertheless, the preserved projects and buildings give an idea of the nature of the development of Russian provinces architecture at the turn of 19th and 20th century. So thank you for your attention. So maybe some of you have questions about the report. So if we know the questions, it's my pleasure to introduce next speaker. So так, демонстрация не кончилась. Yeah, okay. So the second speaker is Nepi Navarra from College of Architecture, University of the Philippines. Nepi, you are here?
Hi, Mikhail. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So I'll be presenting a short paper, but it's not exactly a research yet, but it is a start of a research on Filipino identity in the landscape. So shall I share my screen? Okay. So for this conference, I'll be talking about the finding the identity of Filipino in the landscape. Where we'll be talking specifically the case of the Ifugao rice terraces as the basis in searching for that identity. So for this presentation, I'll be using this outline. First, I'll be discussing about the Filipino search for what is the Filipino landscape, what is a cultural landscape that can be considered as Filipino. The second would be on the discussion about the rice terraces, wherein these are found in the northern part of the country, in the province of Ifugao. And then I'll be talking about the different landscape typology that are found within these rice terraces, and of which the ecological structure would be discussed, which would be followed by the how this ecological structure can be applied in other landscapes in the country, in an effort to look for that commonness and similarities with the Ifugao rice terraces. And then eventually I'll be ending this presentation with a conclusion. So the Philippines have been under several periods of colonialism, which have affected the identity of many of us Filipinos until now. So there are a lot of elements of imperialism that are still evident even in the current situation of the Philippines, maybe in the psyche and even the conceptualization of spaces. These are evidenced in how we call many of the places. We call streets after the name of the governors or military officials from both the Spanish and the military officials and American officials. And even the point of using Philippines, which is named after the King Philip of Spain, is, I think, it's one of the remnants of this imperialism here in the Philippines. So there is a lack of nationalist-centered definition of our spaces, which poses a challenge to many of us in the academe and the landscape architects in defining what is the Filipino cultural landscape. So this presentation is an attempt to find a possible definition of Filipino cultural landscape based on a conceptualization of an indigenous landscape, which is that of the Ifugao rice terraces. And hopefully this would lead to reveal the soul and the spirit of Filipino cultural landscape. The objectives of this presentation is to characterize the different landscape units that comprise the ecological system of Batad rice terraces, which is also in Ifugao, and assess the functions of the different landscape units in relation to the network and ecological system, which we could relate also to the current landscape structure of Philippine cities or urbanizing cities. So in effect, I'll be looking at, for my methodology, the different landscape units with emphasis on the landform and vegetation in which typology would be developed. And for the landscape structure, I'll be looking at the different systems and how these are interconnected by certain networks, which would be the basis of the analysis. And in the end, we'll be looking at how this can be applied in the current landscape or more common landscapes in the Philippines, which can be characterized as urbanizing, and look at how they could be in parallel with that of the landscape structure of the Ifugao rice terraces. So just to give the context of the Philippines, so this is the location of the Philippines in relation to the different parts of Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to prepare a map showing also the rest of the East Asia and even Russia. And just as reference, to your right is the Pacific Ocean, and to our left would be the West Philippine Sea of the Philippines. And from the Philippines, you would see that it's almost at the northern part of Luzon. Okay, this is Ifugao as a province, and Batad, which is the municipality, one of the municipalities of Ifugao. And just to give you a illustration of how these rice terraces look like, this is the image taken of rice terraces in about 2015. This is recognized by UNESCO for its persistence of cultural traditions and remarkable continuity and endurance, particularly of the agrarian culture of the people of Ifugao. Although this is quite controversial because there are some current literature that says that the rice terraces is only about 500 years old, but in UNESCO, it has been documented to be about 2,000 years. So it qualifies to the certain UNESCO criteria, which include a dramatic testimony to a community's sustainable and primarily communal system of rice production, and a memorial to the history and labor of more than 1,000 generations of small-scale farmers who have created a landscape based on a delicate and sustainable use of natural resources. Also, it qualifies to the criterion of an outstanding example of land use that resulted from a harmonious interaction between people and its environment, which has produced a steep terraced landscape of great aesthetic beauty, now vulnerable to social and economic changes. So in the Philippines, it has been declared as a significant landscape as a national treasure in Presidential Decrees 260 in 1973 and 1505 in 1978. The terraces are likewise protected by the Republic Act number 10066 in 2010, providing for the protection and conservation of the national cultural heritage. For us to appreciate the intricacies and the resilience of the Ifugao rice terraces, this is one of the best areas to see the rice terraces as it is in 2015. In terms of landscape typology, we could see that it has a mountain summit wherein you have the pine forest mixed with various trees, some footpath, various trees, and some ferns and woods. Another type is the pine forest, which has dominated by pine trees and clustered with small trees and some ground covers. In some parts of the rice terraces, at the upper part, you have the steep forest, wherein you have the mature trees and the small trees or saplings and the ground cover, which are sparsely distributed. And in the tree fern forest, aside from the various trees that are found in the upper part or the upper strata of the forest, you would find the area to be dominated by tree ferns, and also it is protected by some riprap installed by the local farmers, and then the footpath that is used by the farmers to monitor and for their accessibility, and some ferns and weeds at the lowest part of the tree fern forest. And then also you have the mountainside with tree ferns. So it's a combination of pine trees, tree ferns, and some various trees. And at certain part you would find rice paddies, and at the lower part would be the river. And in some rice paddies, you would have the upper part to be covered with ferns, and then along the ripraps, you would find some moss growing it, and an irrigation canal that irrigate the rice fields, the footpath, and the rice paddy. And here you have some areas that were previously used as rice paddies, which are unfortunately abandoned. So you have some forest trees, and then you have abandoned terrace, then ferns and weeds, the footpath, and riprap wall. So please note that the rice paddies have completely disappeared from this abandoned rice terraces because of the erosion that usually happen when the rice paddy or rice farming is abandoned. So in detail, you can look at the different section profile of the different landscapes found in the Ifugao rice terraces. As you can see, there are a lot. These are all occupied at various parts with residential areas, and quite identifiable is the type of roofing that are exhibited in their in their houses. So these are all illustrated with different vegetation that surround these residential areas found along the slopes of the mountain. And further, some of the other landscape typology of residential areas with rice paddies and some water channels. So from the landscape typology, let's now look at the landscape structure. So again, just to show you how it looks like and how we could, even from here, we could see certain areas with that can be considered as part of the landscape structure. So just to show, you have the forest, you have the terraces, the settlement, and the river. So this very simple landscape structure is shown here as to their relationships with each other and where the energy flows to from its origin and to its eventual ending. So the forest can be classified with a function of having the regulating function, habitat, natural regeneration, and watershed rehabilitation. While the terraces serve as the interface between the natural and human-dominated spaces, and the settlements serve as the environmental pressure, which absorbs environmental pressure and the spatial requirements of the people of Ifugao. While the river ends the flow of energy, particularly of water, as the dispersion and the drainage outfall of water in its hydrology. So in terms of energy flow, the energy can be generated from the forest down to the terraces and to the settlement, and eventually ending with its dispersion in the river. Okay, so looking at that, a very simple landscape structure of the Ifugao rice terraces, I tried to overlay it with how, for example, many of the cities or urban areas are characterized in terms of its landscape, landscape structure. So as you can see here, at certain areas, we also have the forest, but instead of, which can be considered as a management zone, and instead of terraces, you have some areas that are still considered mainly for agriculture on the sloping side, and on the lower part would be the settlement, and eventually it's the water. But instead of the river, you would have like seas and other bodies of water as the dispersion part of the energy flow. This can also be further in parallel, sorry, with in terms of geography, where you have from the steep slope where most of the forests are found. This would transition into a gentle slope where many of the agricultural areas are found. And in a flat slope, you would have the developed areas, highly developed, built-up areas. And at the edge would be your water. And also in terms of the land use, so at the steep area, or where the generation of energy, would have the forest. And in terms of use, you have the agricultural use, and then the urban use, and then at the end would be the coastal use for the water area. And then in terms of landscape, you would have area for preservation. These are mainly for the forest, and then for production, for the agricultural areas, for the built-up areas, these are considered for habitation. And at the lower part, or for the water, you would have the management, wherein a lot of the land-water interface are happening, and many of the livelihoods are also dependent on. So in terms of management, this would require a very careful study and policy making and implementation for it, to allow the continuity and the sustainability of habitation in these flat areas. So for the conclusion, so the link between the upstream and downstream ecosystems form the basic structure of the rice terraces. this landscape structure is also reflected in many of the dominant urbanizing landscapes that are found in the Philippines, and I think even in some parts of other parts of Southeast Asia. The forest serves as an important function in maintaining the integrity of the terraces and consequently the settlement. There remains a dependency of urban landscape with forest landscape, particularly for ecosystem services, such as for water resource, like here in Metro Manila. It also serves as the source of pollinator for many of the agricultural lands. Otherwise, it would be very, very difficult to produce agricultural goods. And it also allows geologic stability for against erosion and even soil productivity. For many of the agricultural areas found in gentle slopes require the continuous regeneration of productive soil for them to remain productive. And the interrelationship, interdependence of the social and ecological systems reflect the inherent endemic relationship of Filipinos with their landscape in such a way that we can't really separate the Filipinos to their landscape as to how they are living now. So this would show that the indigenous landscape that is the Ifugao rice terraces are still reflective on how Filipinos have lived over their years and until now. And also the changing social structure in the rice terraces community has led to the weakening of the mechanism in perpetuating the system, which has distanced the people from their identity as generators in production. So what we're saying here is that the Philippine landscape mainly started as agrarian landscape, and the urbanization that is being observed in many parts of the country has distanced or created a confusion to the identity of the Filipinos. Thus, we are not really sure if we are Western or Eastern because of this loss of contact with many of our land, particularly the agricultural areas, thus removing our identity from the Filipino cultural landscape. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for taking your time, and again, to appreciate the rice terraces and some of my references for this paper. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Nepi, for your interesting report. Dear friends, maybe you have questions to the speaker.
Richard.
Okay, please. Who will be first, Richard?
Oh, I was just giving Professor Napi a clap.
Oh,
But
thank you, Richard.
anyway, I will ask one question because I thought that there were no riprap using were those blocks of boulders that they used?
Yes, they are just boulders, mainly used to serve as erosion protection for the terraces. But yes, you're correct. It's I just call it riprap for it to distinguish from the reinforced bank for the terraces.
But they are boulders, not just hardened. What do you call that? The natural.
Yes, they are boulders. They are stacked
okay.
On top of each other.
So it's more tedious to create than just
Actually,
cutting
yes. That's true.
the land. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they have the Ifugao people have actually developed this skill in terms of creating a very well placed walls, riprap walls, in many of their sloping areas. That's why I think in many construction projects here in the Philippines, if you want to look for a good craftsman on creating retaining walls. Usually they would try to find Ifugao people for this one.
That's right.
Okay, the second questions. Okay. Cherry, do you have question or not?
Hi. No, I was just also giving Sir Nappy a clap.
Thank you,
Okay.
Terry.
Okay, so let's go ahead and I introduced the next speaker from Pacific National University, Dmitry Tsiluyko, please.
Hello. The theme of my research is the architecture.
Hi, Dimitri. I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. My microphone was off. So let's start again. Nice to meet you. The theme of my research is the architectural typology of the private garden in Suzhou City, Gusu district, and the Qing dynasty. Over the history of Chinese development, the garden has become an integral part of its culture. One of the centers of gardening art was the historical region of Zainan, one of the main waterways of the country. In addition to active trade and transmission of information, allowed the active development of religion, philosophical trends, contributed to the span of culture and art. The culture of gardening is developing, combining architecture, painting, calligraphy, poetry, music, and history. The peak of the development fell to the rate of the Qing dynasty. Throughout the period, gardening art progressed until the middle of the 17th centuries or 20th centuries. At this time, the southern part of the country was developing rapidly. Many new estates were built, which different from previous examples in the structure of space and its content, both material and spiritual. So the largest numbers of surviving objects are located in the historical districts in the Gusu historical district. So as a result of the study, it was revealed that the monuments of the garden art have different names, although they are included in the same group of traditional gardens. In total, 8 main groups were identified. This you can see on the slide: the Ting, Jai, Zhu, Hu, Ting, Yuan, Shanzhuang, Yishuang. These types were identified based on the language feature, which became the basic for a study. So the most objects are located in the old town in the Gusu district. Each of the types has their own feature and characteristic. The primary one in the function, which comes from the name. But how different are these complexes in terms of architecture and layout. The first type of the complex, this is a thing. This name translated as a whole. It can also be a building without complexes and a separate standing volume around which large objects were created afterwards. In the old garden and houses, most of them have the character of the small public building used to meeting guests, autonomy and many flowers and trees. The planning structure consists of two main axes, on which living spaces and open areas are eternally located. This is the place where the owner lived with his parents and other elders during his birth, childhood, or longer. This is the residence, which is located in the hometown. Compositional axes are traced in the plan. However, on the right side, a large forum is occupied by the garden, divided into several interconnection space. This green area breaks the overall geometric structure, with allowed not completely dominated, is pronounced elements for the volume composition. Another one is Izhuang. Izhuang is a type of residential complex that was originally located in the rural area, the inhabitants of which were engaged in the plain cultivation of agriculture, from which there was special premise in the complex. In urban setting, these types included the building in which people live in clans or some communities. In these type complexes, there is a rigid planning structure where the garden is one of the cells, which has a more decorative characters than a formation one. Several open spaces are located without the complexes. They are not interconnection and have filling in the form, stone, composition, small architecture elements, and various plants. Chai. This was meaning a big size residence or just big house. As a rigid axial structure, the garden is one of the cells that can be replaced with the whole pavilion or paved area. The main elements of the layout is the always central hall. Usually is not a living space location in the center of the site. However, in this type, the garden has a pond, stone composition, and freestanding architectural structures. Pool. Applied to the pool, this is a reflection in the activities of the owners. The cultivation of the medical herbs. For this purpose, separate perhaps have been created in the complex. Medical plants have also been planted in the main garden spaces. In this case, the garden is strongly integrated in the residential area. A large number of the open green spaces and corridor with planting along the walls. In the north of the site, there is a separate zone for growing plants. Think the recreation pavilion as the center of the space is associated with the high location of the building on a relief. Despite the fact that the only structure applied the name of this object, as well as with the King Hall. This is a full-fledged garden, but its main difference from the other object in Suzhou is that center of the spaces is not a pond, but a pavilion on the whole. The many centuries ago, only pavilions was created on these plains, but gradually galleries, halls, kiosks, and another garden structure were built around. Another important difference is that the practically no planning access in the layout. Shenzhen. This type of object was not the main place of the living, but more a place for rest. Their location was not dense. They were separate blocks of 2 or 3 buildings located in the different height and connected by the footpath. The main idea of these gardens to recreate mountain landscape and their atmosphere. Other such gardens are building on the top of the hills, since the location on the high points and the surrounding view. Due to this location, it was very problematically to create a regular layout within these complexes, therefore. And the last one, the yuan. Originally, the word means a place to grow fruits, vegetables, flowers, and trees. But after a while, they began call them places that are used for recreation. In this case, it's impossible to say that the type of layout is the most often found in yuan. Some objects are used for recreation or reception to guests. At the same times, there is an example where the people living in complexes all year round work and do art. The main feature is a complex structure. It's garden with many elements and complex connection. The large complexes had several large separate gardens. In the green zone, the main elements is a pond. The residential zone often had the actual layout. Also unique other types in the yuan, there is a large number of 3 tandem builds in the garden: the pavilion, halls, kiosk, veranda, lodging, and another one. So as a result of the study, there are 3 main groups of the layout was identified. So the axial layout, combined layout, and the scenic layout. But some types cannot be accurately identified in some groups, since many objects built in the different periods different from each other. Axial layout. In this type, the axial is the main part of the plane, which connects the architectural cells and connect the other spaces in the whole complex. Combined layout. In this case, the regular structure of the building and the large garden, which occupied around half of the entire area. But in this case, it cannot be said that the axial structure are built in the site. Scenic layout. In the 3 examples, the center of the composition and the high attribute points of the relief, from which the rest of the space development, due to the difficult terrain in these complexes. It is impossible to create a regular layout. A garden like Jew is located between the actual and combined layout. In fact, is a Jew have the 2 axes in the plane, but the garden is so big and he's the break this planning structure. The same situation with the yuan type, which cannot attribute it only to combined or the stage. Yuan was one of the most common types of the garden in the Gusu district, and it was built throughout the entire period of the Qing dynasty. And as a result, the layout has changed a lot. In most examples, the actual composition of the building is not the main one. It is present, but it can unique only a central group of the building without uniquely the entire complex, horizontal and vertical. So conclusions. During the Qing period, during the Qing dynasty, the large number of the garden were built and many new layouts was formed. Almost all types under consideration applied respectively during the period under study, development and disappearance during this time. The main result is a study can be called then the identification of the three groups of the garden planning: actual, combined, and scenic. The functional connection is also clearly traced. For example, objects with a scenic layout were used as a place for recreation, and object with the actual layout was used in the Perham housing. It should also be noted that the building with the actual layout are older than the another one. By the end of the Qing dynasty, all complexes had a combined or standing structure. The idea in the garden is also changed. In the end of the 19th century, many designers was focusing on the recreating a small area in the nature, a small nature area in his garden. So they get the idea from the legends, poems, and the famous places. It can be said that during the Qing dynasty, the planning structure of the garden gradually changed from axial to scenic, and the size of the gardens gradually decreased. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Dmitry. Maybe we have a question. Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, we have a question, yeah?
Yes,
Okay,
so
welcome.
I have a question. Are these Chinese gardens have an influence on Russian architecture, landscape architecture in Russia? Do you have Chinese gardens in Russia, and how they are connected with this?
Yes, we have Chinese garden in Russia, but there is a very long connection, because this example, the Chinese culture in Russia, are very different than you can see in this slide, because mostly there is a result of mostly the new Chinese culture. So in this slide, I saw a little bit older examples.
So, okay, any question? Okay, thank you, Dmitry. So I introduce next speaker from Department of Architecture, Technological Institute of Philippines and College of Architecture, University of the Philippines, Cherry Amor del Barrio. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope I'm coming off loud and clear. So first of all, I am Sherry. I am still a
Cherry,
graduate student.
we have
Yes.
no sound. Can you switch to microphone?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Is my audio better? Yes, okay. So first of all, I am Sherry Amor del Barrio, still a graduate student of the College of Architecture at the University of the Philippines, an instructor at the Department of Architecture, Technological Institute of the Philippines. And before I officially start with my presentation, I'd like to thank Mikael for the invite. I am delighted to see familiar faces here. For this presentation, I'll be sharing this research entitled Exploring the Acoustical Properties of Recycled Materials Used in Alternative Housing Construction. Okay, so for the presentation process, I'll be doing an introduction, methodology, the results of our testings, and conclusion. Okay, when we are asked about pollution, we think of rubbish, plastic, oil smog, and chemicals. And then maybe after some time, we consider noise. Noise pollution is considered to be any unwanted or disturbing sound that affects the health of well-being of humans and other organisms. It cannot be seen, but it is present nonetheless on both land and under the sea or underwater. It is an invisible danger. However, there has been little effort to address compelling need to mitigate noise pollution, especially in the design and construction of housing. World Health Organization guidelines recommends an annual average exposure not exceeding 40 decibels to 55 decibels. Failure to do so can trigger elevated blood pressure, stroke, and heart attacks. Also, the national standards for residential area is 60 decibels during the day and 50 decibels at nighttime. However, many residential areas in Metro Manila, and I'm sure in other cities all throughout the Philippines, averages at 80 decibels. Average, that's only an average, from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. and 65 decibels from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. The noise situation of people in Metro Manila is 15 decibels to 20 decibels higher than what is required. Thus, it has an additional risk of having a heart attack by 12% to 24%. The biggest immediate risk to health are air pollution and noise pollution, especially in cities. Many people don't realize that noise pollution is an important problem. It impacts our health. When we think about noise affecting our health, we think about going to concert or being close to a loud machine which damages our hearing. However, what us or people don't usually realize is that constant levels of noise from traffic, for instance, can cause other effects that are not related to hearing damage. And these are serious, such as heart disease, high blood pressure, obesity, and diabetes. Residents in the metropolis are the most prone to those effects, particularly the people living in makeshift dwellings, having no setbacks, poor quality of materials, and informal construction. Even in the manual of accreditation of innovative technologies for housing, IOTech, the checklist for testing requirements is only specific to fire test, moisture test, compressive test, and tensile test, effluent test, and material test. The acoustic test is not considered. Alternative housing materials and methods of construction are emerging in the local international scenes. These does not only address cost efficiency, but also serves to combat climate change. There are bag houses which are developed from Middle East, yurts from Turkey, precast cement homes are also getting popular in the Philippines. Modular or factory-built homes are slowly but surely being built as the population quickly rises and the demand for affordable housing continues. One notable alternative is the use of plastic bottles filled with plastic scraps for the exterior walls. This is called Eco Brick. It uses one brand or size of bottle at a time to keep things neat, strong, and minimize the amount of mortar needed. And then we use steel bars whenever a 5-layer of bricks is layered. Okay. Another example is we have informal settlements that uses mostly recycled material for its construction. They are situated in the most unlikely places, beside the train tracks, under the bridge, close to manufacturing factories and others. This is one example of an organic housing with the informal settlements. The building is initially one story that progressed into a three-story house in a span of 2 decades. It occupies 12.30 square meters, having a dimension of 2.75 meters by 4.5 meters, minus the area of the sidewalk, which is 4.13 meters. Resided by Mrs. Lolita, her husband, her daughter that's mentally ill, her son, daughter-in-law, 2 grandsons, and 2 house helps. The floors are made from plywood and lumber scraps with linoleum on top, except from the ground floor, which is ground finished floor that's made from slab and tiles. Average floor to ceiling height is 1.90 meters. Both the ground and the second floor doesn't have a front wall for ventilation purposes. And from the second floor down, the left and right walls are shared between 2 housing units. So the left and the right there, it is sandwiched between 2 housing units. And then the beam or column would usually have 3 to 7 segmented lumbers varying in sizes that are nailed together or tied using a nylon string or rope. Okay. For this research, we aim to check on the noise reduction properties of recycled materials used in alternative construction through organic testing. It will then be compared to the noise reduction properties of conventional materials such as concrete and plywood, which is the common materials we use here in the Philippines for exterior walls and interior walls. We will then rank the noise absorption levels of the different recycled materials. We will just subtract the existing sound level outside and inside from the inside, and then assess whether that specific material is good in terms of acoustic capabilities through the results of the test. Significance of the study, this study could branch into other researches, into more researches. It could be a tool to check on the cheaper alternative for interior and exterior walls and housing and design construction, but with acoustical considerations. It could also be a use case for recyclable materials, again in consideration for acoustics, and then provide solution for noise polluted areas. For the methodology, I am going to introduce or to explain the materials and equipments that we used, our experiment process, our setting where we conducted the experiment, and the reading samples. So we created a concrete box. We call this our acoustic box. This is 24 inches by 24 inches. And then a concrete wall, which could be a typical representation of our conventional outdoor material. This is 30 inches by 30 inches by 5.9 inches. And then for the alternative material, we used plastic bottles encased in concrete. We are going to fill it with either water, paper, plastic, tarpaulin, and etc. For the interior walls, we created a custom box. So this is made from lumbers or scrap of woods, and then a chicken mesh. And then we can open it, and then inside we can fill it with plastic, paper, all recycled, all materials that can be recycled. And then we have plywood, which is a conventional indoor material that we use here in the Philippines for drywalls. We are also using a phone to measure the sound, and an application, the decibel meter. So for the actual recyclable materials that we are experimenting in or with, we use recycled paper or scrap paper. We are using water. We used plastic, we used sand, cloth, wool, and wool. So again, this is our 24 inches by 24 inches by 24 inches acoustic box made made from concrete. This is an example of our interior wall sample. We are to fill this with scraps and trash or recyclable materials. We have here the phone with the app using the sound levels both inside and outside. So we have similar phones, similar app. We are to put one inside and one outside to check on the variation of the sound levels. And then we conducted the reading for 5 minutes 3 times. So we let the phones stay there for 5 minutes, and we did it for 3 times, and then we averaged down the findings. This is our setting. It's inside the Technological Institute of the Philippines at the back portion. It's in Quiapo. So we have air conditioning units as the source of noise. We have high traffic volume as the source of noise. This is close Ayala Bridge, which is usually congested with traffic. We have videoke around the corner. We have a river at the back. Also a slum area at the back. A Muslim chant because this is close a mosque, and footsteps from the students. Results. So these are the results. A signifies the level of measurement outside the acoustic box. B is the level of sound measurement inside the acoustic box. And this is C is the difference. So for the interior wall, when we filled the box when we filled our box with tarpaulin, the interior wall box, the difference is 14.7 decibels. So this is like the standard measurement outside. The students are experiencing more than 80 decibels at the time. So it's not very conducive for learning. For tarpaulin, the difference between the measurements inside and outside the box is 14.7 decibels. When we filled the box with cloth, the difference is 6.3 decibels. When we filled it with paper, the difference is 2.9 decibels. When we filled it with wool, the difference is 2.86 decibels. And then plywood, which is our conventional material, it reduced 2.8 decibels based on our testing. For the exterior wall, when we filled the bottles with paper, it reduced 10.4 decibels from the existing 76.3 noise sound reading. When we filled the bottles with water, it reduced 9.2 decibels. When we filled it with plastic, different types of plastic, it reduced the noise or the sound by 8.5. Sand reduced 6. And then concrete, which is our standard or conventional material, reduced the readings by 5.1 decibels. Conclusion. From the experiments conducted, the results show that the developed alternative construction material for the exterior wall in housing, proposed in housing, is more effective by 17 to 200% than the conventional material. For the interior walls, alternative material are more effective by 0.02 to 525% than the conventional material, which is plywood. One factor affecting the huge difference is the thickness of the material used. So our box is 5 inches. The plywood usually just varies from 1 to 2 inches. Results also vary according to how materials are piled or compacted within the boxes or within the bottle. Furthermore, the research experiment only suggests but does not claim the effectivity of recycled materials versus the conventional materials used in general construction. I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Cherry. Okay, have we questions to the speaker? Yes, Nepi, please.
Hello, hi Cherry. That was a really good research. Yes, hello. Actually, I'm very much interested about the research that you did, and actually, the question is more of clarification. In terms of the impact, I mean, the 70 to 20% improvement of the acoustical performance of the structure. How does that impact in terms of the human health of a person? Is the 70% significant enough to have a long-lasting effect on human health? I mean, particularly of course the
Yes. Based on the World Health findings, for every 2 decibels increase from the suggested recommendation of noise noise pollution, there's a significant impact, but the impact can be felt for a long period of time. So say, for example, if you have been in one place for 5 years, that's when you will feel the impact of the noise pollution, but it doesn't happen like right away. So say, for example, for the school where we conducted the experiment, the students stay there for 5 years, 6 years, and maybe 8 years to study. And they are experiencing that level of noise pollution around the area. I think from this these kinds of researches, maybe we can improve the acoustical treatment inside institutions like this. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, thank you for that. But because of course that's not my area of study. That's why I'm very curious about the effect of with the reduction of noise at at certain levels. So apparently a 2 decibel reduction would have a significant health impact already. Another, well, I don't know if I'm allowed, but I just like try to ask this question. What is the impact on the cost of the construction with these different materials? I don't know if that's part of your study, maybe not, but I don't know if how much does it significantly lower or increase the cost of construction, and also on the structural integrity of the building. Does the having alternative materials help reinforce the structure, or did it somehow weaken the structure?
For the structural aspect, we were not able to check on that. But for the cost aspect, just based on applying it organically, the cost reduction, we have a separate research from this. We checked on the cost, and the cost reduction is around 800 to 1,000% as compared to because we are considering recycled materials like trash that are not anymore, that we don't need to buy. So the cost difference is from 800% to 1,000%, but that's we conducted that research on a separate one. So yeah, yes. In terms of cost, definitely, if we are going to consider just cleaning the materials and not processing it. But for the structural aspect, we are yet to check on that. Also, we have to check on fire. We have to check on other lighting and etc.
It's true. Thank you very much, Cherry. Good luck with your research, and I hope you could replicate more of your research in other areas and in other archetypes or prototypes of building. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, any questions? Okay, we have no questions, and go ahead. So the next speaker from Pacific National University, Anton Kim. Please.
Sorry. Uh, my name is Anton Kim. I am associate professor from Pacific National University. Theme of my report, architectural building of the Central Bank of Manchuria. Two main groups of banks can be distinguished in the banking system of Manchuria. These are foreign and local institutions. A clear separation of the target audience is characteristic of them. So Chinese banks usually served the local population, while foreign ones served a foreign colony. Both banks are characterized by the formation of two main subgroups. The first subgroup is represented by local small banks. They were usually located in rental premises and engaged in services individuals. The second subgroup is represented by large banking institutions. These are foreign and Chinese corporations, as well as banks of the provincial government of Manchuria. They usually serve the interest of the business and were engaged in the issue of money. They also had specially constructed buildings and formed a large branch system. Thus, they began to form the image of Chinese banking institution. Thus, the image of the banking institution of China, including Manchuria, was mainly formed by the 1920s. Future of the neoclassicism mostly prevail in this image. They were expressed in the use of variants of the older system or arcades, as well as the use of the central axial symmetry, and were complemented by gallery, loggias, and porticos. At the same time, the lack of wide variability of stylistic solution of a characteristic. This distinguishes the Chinese banking institution. Sorry.
Просто листать нужно слайды. У тебя титул пока.
Sorry, some problem from my presentation.
То же самое. Нажми два.
Sorry.
Не запустится? Что, другого датчика?
Я в таком виде. Sorry, no full screen. Some problem. I speak about formation of image of banking institution, and I tell about formed architecture by 1920s. The corporate style began to take shape by the 1930s. It was mainly characteristic of large banking corporation, primarily Japanese one. The image of Japanese banking institution influenced on the development of the architecture of Manchurian banks and was embodied in the branches of the Central Bank of Manchuria. Central Bank of Manchu was founded after the emergence of the pro-Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo in 1932 and became the country's central bank. The bank was engaged in issue money and servicing business interests. Mergers of 4 provincial banks, it is the banks of the 3 eastern province, Bank of Kirin or Jilin province, Bank of Heilongjiang, and Franti Bank led to its formation. By the end of the existence, the Central Bank of Manchu had more than 140 branches located in China, Japan, and Korea. The presented map of Manchukuo shows the cities in which preserved and last branch with photo image were found. Initially, the bank was located in the building of former provincial banks. They had various stylistic, composition, and space planning solutions, and were often an example of the banking architecture of region of the early 20th century. This did not meet the need of forming the image of a large banking corporation. Already in 1934, the construction of new head office in Changchun began. It was completed in 1938. And the new building was supposed to comply with the latest trend in East Asian banking architecture. The structure of the building was a metal frame. This was the most modern technology at the time. Japanese architect Nishimura Koji was its author. He is little known in Europe and America, but he was a key figure of Japanese architecture and formed the image of banking institution in Japan and partly in East Asia. This slide presents 2 of his projects, a small branch of Daiichi Bank in Kyoto and the central office of the Bank of Taiwan. The use of an order system in the form of a colonnade or pilasters in the area of the loggia is characteristic of this object. The facade surface with windows opening flanks and together with a massive frieze and parapets from an expressive entrance ports. This technique in different variations began to be used in all branches of the Central Bank of Manchu. It helped to form a unified corporate style. The order system in the form of the 3/4 half columns was usually used in branches in large cities. A full-flagged colonnade was used only in the head office in Changchun. Pay attention to the colonnade at the corner of the facade in the branch in Dandun. The same technique was used by Nishimura Koji at the head office at Daiichi Bank in Tokyo in 1926. The order system in the small branch was often present in the form of pilasters. Often such offices were located in small settlements and have not reached our days due to the low architecture value. Minimal use of decorative elements is typical for all the buildings considered. This strongly contrasts with the folky Europeanized architecture, which was called Chinese Baroque and was located in Manchuria. Most likely, this was facilitated by the fact that such institutions were designed by professional Chinese and Japanese architects who received architecture education and in the United States. The further development of the architecture of Central Bank of Manchu is associated with the gradual transition from neo-classicism to striped classicism, which was outlined in the late 1930s and early 1940s. The building have completely lost the decor, but the overall composition of the structure has not remained treason. The entrance portal, which is formed due to the loggia and the metric alternation of columns, is also well readable in this object. Such buildings were usually located in small towns and were built in the late period, it is 1940s. All this has led to the fact that such example of architecture have practically not been preserved. of the object of this type found today, none has survived to the present day. Thus, the study revealed that the architecture of Manchurian banking institution primarily development under the influence of the architecture of Japanese banks, the founder of which was Nishimura Koji. The final formation of the typology of banking institution occurred in the 1930s, when almost the entire banking sector became controlled by Japan and the puppet pro-Japanese government of Manchukuo. Unlike the folky represented architecture of Manchuria, banking institution of Central Bank of Manchukuo were designed by professional architects, which led to minimal use of decorative elements and almost complete abandonment of them by 1930s. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Anton. You can finish screen demonstration. Okay, maybe we have some questions to the speaker. So if we have no question, I'll go ahead. Well, so I introduce the next speaker from Garaga State University, College of Engineering and Geosciences. So Christian Dwight de Latina.
Hello, everyone.
You're welcome.
May I check if my audio is clear? Do you hear me? Okay. 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 First, thank you for the invitation, Michael. Everyone, nice to see your face again. So, again, may I check my audio if it is clear or a bit problematic? Okay, may I now proceed? Okay, I'm Christian Dwight Chong Dolitina, and I'm going to present this paper entitled Silingan, Defining Entity of Place Amidst of Disasters. So, for the start, Silingan, by the way, is neighbor. So it's a vernacular term for neighbor. So in other words, this would be a neighbor defining entity of place amidst of disaster. So the outline of presentation, we have introduction, we have problem statement, goals of the study, and the significance of the study. Secondly, we have the methodology. Third, we have result and discussion. Of course, this one entails brief history or a little bit background of the study, the government intervention for the program, and then the site itself, and defining Silingan or defining neighbor. Then we have a conclusion and recommendation. So for the start, you have okay. Here we'll be able to see in the middle a red line. This is Agusan River. It stretches about 349 kilometers from Compostela Valley past Agusan del Sur to Agusan del Norte. being Butuan City would be the last, or what we call the basin. Now, one of the affected area in Butuan City would be the Baan Riverside, which is categorized as the flood hazard zone by the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources. Now, the government, excuse me, maybe we have some problems. Yeah, problem. Excuse me. Do you have? Excuse me. Do you have a problem? Is my audio problematic?
Hi, Dwight. No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I may not proceed. Okay, so with that problem, the government established a relocation project. Yet, residents prepare to remain in the vicinity and face a yearly flood event or devastation. So, initially, the government conducted the survey, but they found out that the main reason is that resident refuses to evacuate this vicinity is because of the proximity to their workplace and, of course, the city proper itself. But the proponent argued that there's something different, that there's something more. So here the study is related with the relationship within neighborhood brought disaster experience that gives a meaning to a place as a contributory factor, or the contributory factor that, or a reason that they refuses to live in such a place, even though a government has opened itself, and then even though they encounter disaster year after year, and then still they remain in a certain place. So the goal of the study is that to determine whether the experience brought by the disaster of the severe flooding are directly related to the type of relationship between silingan or neighbor that gives meaning within the place, is a contributory factor to their continuing refusal to government relocation program. Excuse me, I missed something. Okay, the significance of the study. Of course, this study will give us a different understanding on the contributory factor of the residents' continuous rejection towards relocation program. Moreover, it will give a significant contribution to the government's guidelines to their relocation program. So for the methodology, of course, we have this research and on relevant flood event in the vicinity, and we have an interview with local government to start with. Then we select a site for our study, and then we have a random survey for the resident. So as part of the history, or just a glimpse, so this is what it looks like last February 2013 when Typhoon Prising flooded the area. This is what looks like in January 2014 when Typhoon Agaton strikes the city, and Typhoon Auring last January 2017. So by the picture itself, so it's really flooded area, and the government really has good intention to give them a relocation for safety purposes. However, still they continue to refuse to do so. Now, here's the project by the government. It was incorporated with NECON, or in collaboration with NECON. And this was the, first of all, this was a national project. But along the way, some financial circumstances came in, or unnecessary circumstances came in. So the national government passed it to the city government. So without funding, the city government is now really allocating millions or multi-million peso project for this one. However, they are just to continue what started national project. So here the site, we have this Butuan proper, the city of Butuan, and we have here the Baan River side. And then we have two red lines here. You'll be able to notice from the east and the west, that will be the levee. It's already been done. However, the relocation project is on the process, and some of them are already finished, but some have financial difficulties along the way. So we have this site. Okay, this is the location, the categorized plus hazard zone. So we have we're among the site, we categorize it into three. You have high flood susceptibility, where we have about 2 meters, where water rose up to 2 meters. The moderate, about 1 meter, and we have low flood, which have about 0.5 meters. So here we are categorized into three, and then from there we choose our site. Here we have Purok 6B, Purok 6, Purok 6A, and Purok 7. By the way, Purok would be or what we call that district. So let's just name it district. District 6B, 6, and then we have District 6A and District 7. We choose this site as it as previous investigations that water level rose up to 4.8 meters within this vicinity. So from there, we have our investigation. We have 40 residents to undergo a random survey. Then we have the demography. Then we categorize relationship between neighbors into 4. We have close friends. Second would be we have exchange greetings only, and then we have known by face, and then close friend we take it higher. So we will have close friends, and then friends that they really welcome in their residence or in their home, or has a couple of times visited their homes. That's, or shall we say, in other words, an intimate friends, I may say. So, and then we have a question of what is the importance of neighbor, and then we are to define them their own personal meaning of neighbor. So for demography, we have 80% are female, then 20% are male, and then marital status, we have 75% are married, 22.5% are single with kids, and we have 2.5 single. House ownership, only 25% own their house, 75% are rented. In terms of property, only 25% are titled property, titled lot, while 75% are non-titled. Then residents, among the interviewed, we have 17.5% stays less than 10 years in the vicinity, while 82.5% stays more than 10 years in the vicinity. So meaning they really experience a real yearly devastation of flood year after year. So at least we have 82%. That's big percentage, good for us to look into the situation. So here, starting with the relationship graph, you will be able to see a bar chart here. So here we categorize into district, district 6B, district 6, district 6A, and then we have district 7. And within district, we have another 4 colored bar. So this will be district 6B in relationship to district 6B, and then district 6B in relation to district 6, and so on. So here, as close friend, we'll be able to notice an average. We'll be able to have 51% accounts that they have a close relationship with their neighbor. 6B, on the other hand, it's about 30%. But interesting information later on we'll be able to discover. So even though they have only 30% as close friends, that they really consider in their neighborhood or in their district. But talking about close friends or intimate friends, it's a different story. So again, in this graph, sociometrically, not all respondents agreed with each other. So here we'll be able to notice that District 6B says they don't have much close friends with District 6A. However, District 6A say you have a lot of close friends in District B. So now this may be due to, I may be asking a friend that is not friend with this may be, say, we have let's call this respondents that due to what you call this relationship with each other. So sociometrically, well, not all people agree with each other. And then Porok 6B, on the other hand, gain most of both relationship or close friend relationship with 6B and District 6B and District 6A. Well, since he is in the middle, so he have close relationship between both sides of the district. And exchanging greetings, of course, 6B, you will be able to notice before, and close friends relationship, only 30%, but in exchange greetings, it goes up to 50% of their neighbor. And then 6B, 6A has, of course, about 40% or 45%. Then you have 50% in District 7. District 6A, on the other hand, we have a little bit exchange greetings. This would be, I would say, this would be for geometrical, let's call this location of 6B. And then, I mean 6, by the way. So here, okay, knowing neighbor by faces. So we have a lot. So it's on average, we have about 53% on average count to know their silingan or neighbor by face. Geometrically suggests that smaller purok or smaller district has higher percentage of knowing each other or each neighbor by faces. Now, we have also to note that this bar, this data also significantly in correlation with the size of the district. So 6B being the smallest size of this district has a higher percentage of knowing their neighbor than District 7, who has a bigger size in terms of its area. Now, close friends relationship or close friends that have entered, or some friends, or we can call it intimate friends that they really welcome in their residences. District 6B being the smallest district has the higher percentage. Remember, before the close friend relationship, District 6B has only 30%. Now, among the 30% of close friends, they have 70% of it really have intimate relationship with. Now, it goes smaller as the area or the district area gets bigger. And to know the average distant radius covered with terms of neighbor, so we have this theory. First, to discover the distance with by radius in meters, we take the centroid of a certain area, of a certain district, and then multiply it by the percentage of the relationship they have with their neighbor. So again, you'll be able to see here that District 6B is smaller. So in our investigation, it has greater percentage of intimate friends, and 6B and District 7 has the bigger area, so it has a bit smaller, or it goes down to, or has a small percentage of close friends entering their neighbor or welcoming their neighbor. So for the covered distance and radius, we have District 6B, we have 80 meters in centroidal distance. 6B, we have 102, 109 for 6A, 136 for 7. And then for percentage, as close friends, we have 37.71% for District 6B. And then we have 55.56% for District 7. Now, taking up the coverage distance and radius, for District 6B, we have 28.57 meters in radius. So these are the theoretical measurement that they considered as close friends. So District 7 has the largest, we have 37.56 meter radius that they are considered close friends. So from their residence, 75.56 meter radius, they consider it as close friends. So that's how big their or shall I say, that's how wide the relationship with their neighbors. So in average, anyway, we have a 56.04 meters. So every residence, they considered their neighbors as close friends within 56.04 meters in radius. So that would be about 112 meters diameter. And every neighbor they're in, they considered as close friends. So we asked them what is the importance of their neighbor, and then is their neighbor a contributing factor? And then here it claims that 82% says it's very important. Of course, in events of floods, they will be able to help each other, and then they will be able to assess each other. And then lastly, this 80%, this will be the greatest value. I really love seeing that 80% claims they have a great memories with their neighbor when in the event of calamities. So when calamities comes in, when you are about to help other people and they're being helped by other people, memories builds up and relation strengthen. So again, the second question, we have selling this neighbor a contributory factor. 37.5% says they consider, 42.5% usually considered, and 20% just say sometimes they consider. Now, to boil down, we ask them one question: what does neighbor mean to you? And this is their personal definition. Only two came in: family and close friends. Family having 37.5% and close friends 62.5%. Now to conclude, the study concluded that the disastrous event of flood does not only cause a loss of properties, but builds and strengthen relationship as well. Bayanihan, that's the Filipino culture, helping one another in dire need, and the gratitude of being helped gives birth to a new relationship and tightens the unity between neighbors. Where a simple neighbor becomes a close friend, and a family is not only secluded within the corner of the house, but transcended towards neighbors and a community where great memories and gratitude resides, giving a great value of the place to the residents, making it a contributory factor to deny the relocation program. Now, as a recommendation, this is just a start for bigger, bigger research, and then hopefully, and we'll be able to bring it in later on to the government as part of their consideration and relocating these people, or maybe future, circumstances or future situation where people really have an intimate, what you call this, memories within a certain place. And for my reference, here's my reference, and I guess that ends my presentation. And thank you everyone for questions and recommendations. I would be glad to have it.
Okay, thank you, Clive. You can finish screen demonstration, yeah, and any questions?
Richard.
Richard, please.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you, Dwight, for a very interesting research and also your presentation. I just have a question. These poroks or silingans, mga neighborhoods, are they informal settlers?
Some of them, yes, sir, and some of them they really own the house. As our research states that about 75% own the house, but then if they are titled or not, only 25% has a title for the lot. And some of them, or most of them, just rented the house or the property. But then again, some of them has a title and own the lot.
So yeah, because you will understand, we will be able to understand that probably their movement away from or the relocation will be harder to those people who own the lot, but probably easier to those people who don't own the lot or they are informal settlers. So probably you could also look at the land ownership. Yeah, because your study's hypothesis is already focused on defining the neighborhood as an effect, as a reason why they don't want to adhere to the government's relocation projects. So that's the premise already. That's why you focused on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you explore any other reasons why? Say, for example, the land ownership or probably jobs, like their schools, their jobs, etc.
Initially, sir, the government already conducted a study with it. So then the primary reason that upon the research that due to the proximity of the workplace, because there's a factory within the vicinity. The interesting part of the research that among the residents that I have conducted research, none of them work for the factory. So something like maybe that's the probable reason that they don't want to go because they are within distance walk from their workplace. But then in reality, maybe not, because of all the respondents, none of them work in that factory. So that's anyway a big percentage. So a further research to be recommended for this one.
Yeah, because that's very interesting. Yung the reason why they don't want to move. Did you take a look at what the government's relocation project is? Is it going to destroy their sense of neighborhood, or are they going to be relocated together?
Actually, that would be the initial conclusion of this study, is that they have if they are to be relocated, they are to be relocated with the same neighbor.
With the same neighbor, yeah.
To have that essence of the essence of neighbor is still there, but the essence of space would be a different story. So we have this in where not only they have intimate relationship with their neighbors, but their sense of space within that location would be a different story. So that would be a challenging task for the relocation itself.
So if they are not being relocated for different reasons, one is one is of course the budget of the government. What adaptation measures have they taken as a neighborhood or as individuals to alleviate the effects of the to mitigate the effects of the flooding? Did they do any architectural interventions with the design of their houses, etc.?
Yes, sir. Some residents just make their house a two-story residence. So it's become like a stilt. We have two-story residence, but then you'll be able to see ground floor would be just a storage area. And then second floor, you have this entire living room and bedroom and so on. So for in case of flooding, ground floor will be flooded, but then second floor will be safety. So far that's most people did as for now, but still the issue of pressure when flood comes is a different issue already. So it may stand for this year, but the coming flood where the pressure would be great, then again probable destruction comes in places.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dwight. Thank you, Richard. So now we have 1 hour and 2 speakers because the next section will be start after 1 hour. So you have both 30 minutes for your reports. So next speaker is Richard Martin Rinin from University of the Philippines and Tokyo University, Japan. So please.
Can you see my screen?
I see black screen. Yeah, we see just black screen.
Okay, probably we just have to wait a little. How about now?
Same.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. It's nice to see a lot of familiar faces. Nice to see you again. Again, my name is Richard, and I'm going to tell you about our research entitled Defining the Criticality and Vulnerability Assessment of Critical Infrastructure in the Philippines, focused on a case study in Tuguegarao City. This is done together with my professor in Kyoto University, Norio Maki, and one student from the Isabela State University. I'm just going to go through this very fast, but the Philippines is always bombarded with a lot of tropical cyclones, about 20 every year, and 7 to 8 of these cyclones are basically damaging. Except for this year, I did not hear a lot of typhoons or did not, but there's a lot of flooding that happened even in Metro Manila. So the Philippines is always ranked as one of the countries mostly visited by flooding, and flood is one of the #1 disasters happening around the globe. One of the major flooding that awakened the Filipinos is what happened in 2009 with the Typhoon Ondoy. It flooded the entire Metro Manila, and a lot of hospitals, government hospitals, were not able to function well because of this typhoon. And that's the time when my interest in the research of flooding and on critical infrastructure was started. So we started with a research question: what are critical infrastructures? The reason being is that there's no exact definition of what critical infrastructures are in the Philippines yet, and this paper will attempt to define these critical infrastructures. We're also going to look at how vulnerable are critical infrastructures in the Philippines. This is a very important question to be able to answer because there's no current studies regarding sea ice and their vulnerability. And we're going to look at how critical these infrastructures are and how they are being protected from flooding. One of my hypotheses is the criticality of critical infrastructure in disaster situations can also be defined by the community's perception based on their collective experience. One critical infrastructure to one community might be different from the others. So it's very important to understand the meaning of critical infrastructure in that area. So just to give you some review of literature, I looked at the meaning of optimization, protection, and resilience from different definitions, and especially the critical infrastructure, what it is. And it says critical infrastructures protect public health, safety, and community well-being. As a modern society, we have become more and more dependent on the sea ice. A functioning CI system, especially during emergencies, is very crucial, particularly health and emergency facilities. But these facilities are affected during disasters, and therefore it is very important to understand the extent of the effect of hazards to these CIs and be able to find out how we can optimize, protect, and make these facilities resilient during disasters, especially flooding, one of the most destructive hazards. Typically, the performance of an infrastructure system is defined in this way. You have to be able to go back to the same functionality after a major event. And that's by Min O Young. And you have to be able to shorten the time to be able to go back to that functionality. And you have 4 types of interdependencies in this infrastructure system. You have your physical, cyber, geographic, logical, and that's by Rinaldi. And you have basic categories of CI's impact: critical proportion, critical time, and critical quality by David Rayhack. And this is the expanded view of a risk in an independent system by Katina, where these interdependent systems are also dependent upon each other. These interdependencies can be defined in different ways. Say, for example, sector A can influence sector B. That's a one-way linkage. And there's a dependency on A and B also. Sector A is dependent on B. And there's interdependency, which is a two-way linkage, which is sector A is dependent on B and sector B is dependent on A. So these are very important things to consider. This is the research method in order for us to be able to define and assess the vulnerability of the critical infrastructure. So in the definition of critical infrastructure, we use the established definition and the government's definition right now of what critical infrastructure is. And we did a survey for the community perception of this critical infrastructure. And we assess them structural and unstructural assessment by using this method and the exposure to the flood, the structural exposure to flooding. So this is how we assess the vulnerability of the CI. We adapted the Sinifia algorithm and also identify the fragilities, etc. So I will not discuss this. Our study is in Tuguegarao. Tuguegarao City is located at the northern part of the Philippines. And showing here is the map of the Cagayan River Basin, just for us to be able to understand the location of this city. So it's the capital of Cagayan, and it has 153,500 population. It is found that it is the second most vulnerable city in the world due to flooding and typhoon. I will show you the location. It's because it's right at the intersection of two rivers, two major rivers. This is the entire city of Tuguegarao, and this is how wide the river is. So you can imagine during flooding, the entire area is filled with water, and it's as big as the city itself already. One of the latest typhoon that happened was in 2020, the Typhoon Bangko, or the Ulysses, and it devastated them because before this research was conducted, I was not considering Cagayan anymore, Tuguegarao City anymore, because apparently they were very used to having flooding, that they are always ready. But during Ulysses, they were caught unaware again. And so the research was continued in that area. And we can find out what the problems are. And it's, of course, the presence of the river. And there are a lot of problems in the river of Cagayan River. Number one is its decreasing water discharge, because there's the water cannot go out anymore into the ocean, because this is a very small river, so the volume of water cannot get out. Diminishing biodiversity upstream, river siltation, so the river is very shallow, and there are a lot of river pollution also. There's also the presence of the dam, the Magat Dam, which is the biggest dam in the Philippines for geothermal energy. No, for the energy from water. And whenever they open the floodgates of that dam, the entire region is flooded. So they're always blamed for the flooding, but really the volume of the water is to be blamed for the flooding in the river. So this is the city of Tuguegarao. There are two rivers, the Cagayan River and the Pinakawan River. And these are the record floods from 1973. These are the images that we were able to get. But from 1973, you can see Tuguegarao here. The entire city was flooded in 1980. The same thing, Loling, Lando. In 2015, this is one of the most devastating typhoon that happened in the region, because it went twice. It passed twice their area. After passing by, it returned. So this was one of the most historical flood. And the Pepeng in 2009, and of course in 2020, which was Ulysses. There are a lot of government projects that were proposed, but they are very expensive. So this cannot be done. I am already concluding. that this is going to take a long time to build a dike around the area, around the city. In fact, there's only one dike or revetment that has been built for a long time, and unless this is built, the city will not be protected. So without the project, this is what will happen, and this is what happened during the Ulysses. And with the project, it will be improved, but the project is a long time in coming, so we have to be able to do something about it. So according to CISA, there are 16 critical infrastructure sectors, and we don't have this definition in the Philippines, and we have not adopted it yet. But in 2020, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council, the Office of Civil Defense, and the National Defense, the Department of National Defense, released a book, the Public Service Continuing Planning Guidebook. And it is mandating all the departments of the government to have a continuity plan to be able to serve the public continuously during disaster. So this is still under implementation. So all the departments are now being asked to come up with a public service continuity planning. And these are the departments that are involved in the National Disaster Risk Management. So primarily it's the entire, it's all the department of the government. But there are specific functions for disasters, for disaster prevention and mitigation. You have the Office of Civil Defense, DNR, DPWH, and for the disaster preparedness, disaster response, and disaster rehabilitation and recovery. So they are, they know what their roles are, and this is the service continuity plan that they need to create and has not been created yet. So taking from the definition of FEMA, these are the critical infrastructure, and from the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council, these are the important infrastructure that the department that needs to function. We also did the community survey. We surveyed 385 individuals, and using the Slovin's formula to be able to get this number from the population. And these are the critical infrastructure that were defined by the community. So from this we were able to identify them and cluster them as per CISA, as per the FEMA classification. So you can see that these critical infrastructures location were also identified where they are, and they are clustered in the upper. This is mostly the government section at the upper portion of the city. This is mountainous, and there is also a reason why they located already the government facilities, the healthcare facilities in this area, because it's not flooded. However, some of these facilities some of this infrastructure, especially the financial services, the communication services, commercial facilities, are all located still downtown, because this is the old town of the city of Tuguegarao. So from this we did our assessment, and from our flood hazard and this is flood hazard and exposure critical infrastructures were based on the flood hazard map, categorized into 3: low, moderate, and high, which was equivalent to flood heights of 0.50, 51 to 100, 100 centimeters, and above 100 centimeters. So we subjected the critical infrastructures identified to the flood hazard map. I'll show you later. And we were also able to determine the structural integrities of the building. So these are the location of the critical infrastructure, and this is the 5-year flood hazard, 25 years, and this is a 100-year flood hazard. I think what happened in 2020 during Ulysses was the 100-year flood hazard. So from this, we were able to identify the critical infrastructures, name them, the Divine Mercy, Wellness, etc., and found out they categorized them and their exposure to the hazard. So for the 5-year flood, for the 25-year flood, and for the 100-year flood. So the structural condition of the infrastructure was evaluated through a simple visual inspection and interview. It was found out most of the identified CI with flood exposure is in good condition. These CIs are relatively new and considerably in good maintenance. There are only 2 structures that were categorized as vulnerable based on their structural condition. These CIs are the Tuguegarao People's Gymnasium and Tuguegarao City Commercial Center. These structures are relatively old and moderately good maintenance. The summary of the survey conducted to satisfy this criterion is shown in the table below. So this is the table of the structural vulnerability of the critical infrastructure. So we also did an interview of personnel occupying the identified critical infrastructures to identify the existence of early warning systems, flood protection and response, and from the government and an institutionalized flood control structure. The result of the interview was similar in all aspects. So they have early warning systems from the government. They have flood protection and control were given by the emergency response sectors such as the CDRRMC, PNP, BFP, and the LGU. However, institutionalized flood control structures are absent. This is due to a generally expensive cost, and the residents rely on the flood control projects of the local government of Tuguegarao. One of the projects being undertaken now is the rehabilitation of all the drainage system along the major streets of Tuguegarao City. So they just started the proposal, and they were taken as barangay projects. So I hope that they will be able to do that, because that will really help in their flood situation. So this is a vulnerability assessment also for these periods. This is just a summary of the map that I showed you earlier for the 5-year, 25 years, and the 100-year return period of the flooding. So the result of the flood hazard intersection with the locations of the CIs is surprising. This is due to a small number of CIs with flood hazard, especially in the 5-year flood hazard map. The 5-year vulnerability assessment shows that only 7 CIs is considered vulnerable during flooding. Out of the CIs that are vulnerable to 5-year flood, 2 of which are coming from the healthcare sector with a vulnerability index of 1.75, which is at a low level of vulnerability. So there are also a lot of, before I forget, the flood hazard map that we used here is not yet the flooding that happened during Ulysses, and they believe that some of the researchers believe that what happened in Ulysses is more than the 100-year flood hazard. So they are creating a map now, which we will subject again this research into that flood hazard map for us to be able to change. Probably it will change the conclusions that we have in this particular research. Okay. After that, we also did correlation analysis of these critical infrastructures, and this correlation analysis evaluates the interactions between the subsectors of a critical infrastructure system. The first step is to determine the correlations of the subsectors. The correlations are evaluated using pairwise comparisons that compare the importance of the 2 selected subsectors. So this is the result of that analysis. So we were able to determine the activity and passivity coefficient of these different critical infrastructures. So these critical infrastructures also, we determine their significance, and the significance of critical infrastructure subsectors is determined in 2 steps. The first step is the quantification results obtained by plotting each subsector on a graph based on its activity and passivity coefficient. The graph is divided into 4 segments to classify the subsectors according to their significance. And the second step is each subsector was determined mathematically as the simple sum of the subsector activity coefficient and passivity coefficient in the critical infrastructure system. These subsectors with a higher composite levels of influence and dependence are considered to be more significant. So as a result, the primary sectors with the highest influence are the DILG, the DND, mostly those people, those departments that respond to disasters, and the highest dependence will be commercial sector, agriculture, evacuation, and healthcare. So dependence means that they would need other sectors to be functioning for them to function as well. And there are no tertiary sectors, so it means that everybody is dependent on each other and influencing each other as well. So this is the CI's impact evaluation. I'm going to just go through all this, I'm sure. I'm taking too long, but just to be able to show you that the summary, this one is the summary. So the result of this synergistic evaluation is shown in this table, where the sectors that have more than one activity. If the sector has 0 activity, the calculated impact based on significance will be equal to its overall impact. So you can see here that the communication sector has a more than 100% overall impact, and also the electricity has a higher impact, and transportation also has a very high impact. And this is the summary of the flood vulnerability. So, but fortunately, communication has a very low, vulnerability, and also the transportation is not even vulnerable according to the computations. So as a conclusion, we concluded that there are 14 critical infrastructure subsectors that were identified with a combined process of a community survey, definition from CISA and FEMA, and the list of CIs according to the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. These subsectors are communication, commercial facilities, DILG and DND, PDRRMC, CDRRMC, electricity sector, finance sector, agriculture, evacuation center, healthcare, information, transportation, water sector, DSWD, and private relief operations. Among these CIs, 11 subsectors were considered in the analysis of interdependency. Sorry about that. The significance determination shows that the primary sectors are DILG and DND, PDRRMC, CDRRMC, finance, transportation, and water sector. The secondary sectors were identified as the commercial sector, agriculture, evacuation center, healthcare, electricity, and communication sector. The impact evaluation shows that both the electricity and communication sector has a 13.51 impact percentage, while the commercial and water sector has the lowest impact percentage of 5.41%. The electricity sector and communication sector has the highest overall impact percentage of more than 100%. This means that the disruption of any of the 2 sectors will result in the failure of the whole CI system in the city. The vulnerability assessment of the CIs in the city was done by employing 2 general criteria: structural exposure and government and institutional drivers. The first step in the assessment is overlaying the location of critical infrastructures to the 5-year, 25-year, and 100-year flood hazard maps After intersecting the maps, the sea ice with flood hazard exposure were identified. Sea ice with no threat of flooding based on the flood hazard maps were excluded from the assessment. There are 7, 12, and 21 critical infrastructures identified to be at risk of flooding based on the 5-year, 25-year, and 100-year flood hazard maps, respectively. The flood exposure of sea ice in 5-year, 25, were very low and medium, while one sea ice was found to be at high risk during 100-year flooding. So an interview and inspection of the identified sea ice were carried out to identify the presence of the institutional drivers as well as the structural conditions. So, what is the importance of this research? We were able to find out that because another research is being done in Ormoc City, and they are coming out with a very different list of critical infrastructure. One of the difference is they identified the non-government organizations as one of the critical infrastructure in that city, and we will find out why. So thank you very much for your patience. These are my references.
Okay, thank you, Richard, for your interesting presentation. Dear friends, maybe some questions. So, Richard, you can stop screen demonstration. Okay, thank you. So we have no questions, and I introduced the last speaker for this section, Bella Lani, from School of Architecture, Fine Arts and Design, University of San Carlos. Now you're welcome.
Yes, good. Noon and morning, here is afternoon, Philippines. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Here. Share.
Yeah.
Can you see it already?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I would like to talk to you about our former chairman here in University of San Carlos, Antonio Andres Flores. And I must say that I'm very happy that I can show it. 2 years ago in Habarovsk, I showed you another professor, and it's very important in the Philippines that we know our people and we try to elaborate their life, insert them in the worldwide architecture. So I would say his architecture is fascinated by nature, and I'm happy that we learned so much about nature here. Philippines, the nature is very beautiful, and even what connects us with Siberia, the migratory birds from Siberia, they are actually here in Cebu. They make a vacation here in our place. Flores was fascinated by Cebu's mountains and also the caves. We have limestone here. And also the plants. I would like to show you how this architecture is shaped. The life. He was not only just an influential Filipino architect, but he was also a Roman Catholic religious. He was also chairman of the Department of Architecture of University of San Carlos, which is run by his religious order. And I myself contributed with him in one project, which is the biggest library building in the Philippines, the University of San Carlos Library. Almost 10 years after the death of Flores, it is no time to revisit his buildings. Motivations behind, in particular, the acceptance by investors and users. The rationale, actually, we have to look back in the Philippines. Sometimes, mostly we look forward. We have to see our important people. The introduction. This is a kind of monograph on the works and significance of Flores. Also in this situation that he was a religious brother, he was also an influential architect, and also on my part as a friend and somebody whom I managed to help in his work. There are very few written sources about him. He was teaching history of architecture and theory of architecture here, but about his own life works, he wrote very little. He was always practical. So we try to contribute to the current discussion in the Philippines about the regional and national architecture, how Philippine architecture in general, its contemporary appearance can contribute to this. I believe that we cannot speak just about Filipino architecture without the people who shape it. That's why it's important to see who they are. These are the hypotheses. First, mimics a play with natural forms instead of fine detailing. Adjust his form giving and functional planning to the investor's wish, however, usually combined with some provocative advocacies. And third hypothesis, despite frequent commissions, his building encounters many criticism, particularly about topics that were close to him, sustainability and aesthetic form giving. Fourth is his career draws up a cooperation pattern. The logical framework, it follows the literary rules of the genre monograph. That is to find design features and apply and insert those design features into the international architecture. This is what we call corner school historicism. And the chronology, he was born 1957 in Dumaguete City, Negros. It's a heritage city, and he studied in different universities. Then he entered the Roman Catholic Religious Order, Society of Divine Word. And then he helped parish priest, and then he continued his study in Washington and the Catholic University. This was his first work in Aguzan. We mentioned Aguzan in this one of the contributions. And then afterwards, he became a part-time teacher and also the religious orders architect. And also later, he was appointed chair of the architecture department. Comparison of his buildings. There's many important buildings, but out of them, these are the most renowned buildings. Actually, even in Ilocos, he has some buildings. The character, features, and inspirations. First of all, it's very interesting to see that his buildings are present monolithic and amorphous volumes, in contrast to traditional church architecture. He had definitely an intention with that. You can see this is the Chapel of North Campus, University of San Carlos. We like this building, but it's definitely not a traditional church architecture. Application of this design feature. So present several characteristic features that are unusual, but it challenges the people inside. The volume, both inside and outside, is broken up in small forms. The architect tried to adjust the heights of the neighboring buildings. The story heights with the producing ground floor is an amorphous volume. This is another small building, the clinic building in our university. And then this is the biggest architectural achievement, University of San Carlos Learning Resource Center. There were 6 architects and I was one of them. Professor Flores was our leader. This is really inspired by the natural forms. He said the nature is so beautiful, we should not destroy it with buildings. So this is a question, although in the interpretation, amorphous building don't demonstrate rectangular forms, which would be characteristic for traditional architecture. He wanted something new. He wanted to present architecture in a new way. And also, the question is how are amorphous volumes question a traditional hierarchy of volume and applied decorations. That's a kind of theoretical feature from Shipwright, who is saying that amorphous buildings would show a crisis of traditional architecture and institutions. So Flores dreamt of a more open architecture expressing for a more Catholic institutional service. The next is the artificial hill. I was talking to him a lot and that was really his wish. This building is amorphous, but not only amorphous, but it's also an artificial hill. So you can see if you come to our campus, I'm actually here behind me, that's the forest, we are in a big forest. And there are hills. So he did not want to destroy the hill, but he wanted to continue the hill. The right side, the hill ends and goes up, and you cannot really see even the building from the back portion. He was a very big fan of Frank Lloyd Wright. No house should ever be on a hill. The house should be of the hill, belonging to it. So Flores' commitment was to this kind of organic understanding. Organic architecture is often described with a translation of organic design to the harmony between nature and architecture. So this is here. I would like to show that actually artificial hills are present in architecture. You can see the left side is Zoo Park in Budapest in Hungary. That's my native country actually. And the right side is the Hualian residences by big architects, Bjarke Ingels. So the artificial hill is present in architecture. So the next is the cave, hollowed out. It's a very interesting approach also, that he loved caves. And for him, this was a natural feature that he could show. This is here the USC, University of San Carlos downtown campus. This is the sanctuary, the renovation. This used to be a neo-Gothic church with this neo-Gothic windows that you can see on the right side, left side. And when it came to reconstruction, he suggested that instead of vertical, we make it horizontal. And it became really like a cave. So this kind of inspiration. So the left side, the nave is traditional architecture, but this side, the back portion, is an artificial cave. And even before, you can also see here how it looks, because the nave remained the neo-Gothic. This is most typical hollowing out instead of piling up. Piling up is the traditional architecture, and hollowing out to get out forms. It's a reconceptualization. The question is, sanctuary as a cave. There are actually many sanctuaries which are caves because some say that even Jesus Christ was born in a cave. And then the original idea of Flores was actually that we don't build a building, but we hollow out from the hill, and inside the hill, that will be the library. But the stakeholders did not like it, because what kind of university it is where the library is in a cave. The next is, this is the St. Michael residence, the monastery. From there, the university is the order west. So this is also hollowed out from the mountain. So the cave is really present here with the rocks and with the trees, with nature around. Then the cemetery of the religious who lead the university, that's also carved out of the mountain, and it's you can also see that the natural forms are present. So the question is if this is a totally new initiative, or is this present in architecture? In Abteiberg Museum in Mönchengladbach, Hans Hollein created a museum which is partly under the earth, and then in Louvre, where everybody knows the pyramid, but very few know that why the pyramid is there, because it is underground. So we can see the pyramid from underground. And so caves are mysterious places, so artificial caves take over the same impression, a discovery. So that's why mystery that's in a religious building there, it is coming to us also to this understanding as a cave. Jean Nouvel created a cave hotel in Saudi Arabia. And also others have this idea. You can see Hans Hollein wrote an essay, a theoretical essay, digging and piling up. Architecture is digging or piling up. So underground architecture has no elevation. So again, we can say it's an anti-architecture because there are no elevations. But this is still interesting. The next is the green roof. We designed it with a green roof, but the university did not realize it. Unfortunately, also the green roof is important. The green roof is very similar to the University of Delft in Netherlands. It's one of our partner institutions. So our students and teachers used to go regularly to Delft. You can see a symbolism, but the University of St. Carlos Library is a tropical library. It's different from Delft. And so the Delft University had Meccano architects. They created the theory to that, why it should be like that. And in our library, that's not really highly theoretized, but it is there. Full glazed elevation. You can see this is how the library's elevation here. This is the biggest library building in the Philippines, bigger than National Library. And this is an immaterial feature. So you can also see here the trees and then the mountains around. This is the Delft University Library. Of course, that's flat, so they don't have the mountains around. And then fixed structure element, that's also very interesting feature of Flores. This is the university library's interiors. And also this is the courtyards. This is a sunbreaker actually, here in the tropical context. And on the right side, you can also see how it works. Because it's a huge library, inside there are those light shells. So diagonality is also a very interesting feature. Very few churches we know that are diagonal. And this North Campus church is diagonal. So you go inside and this leads to the altar, but it's a diagonal, the middle. can also see here. Now, I was researching. I remembered many conversations about him, what was his, and then Kenzo Tange's St. Mary Cathedral in Tokyo has also, it's a diagonal actually. And diagonality in architecture has many meanings.
Prima parte.
Next is roof light on the church is also interesting.
Nuestra seconda.
You can also see on the top there he has the light on the top of the building. This is also coming something from the Kenzo Tange's St. Mary's Cathedral in Tokyo. Now the other field, reconstruction, adaptive reuse, he was also very creative in that. This is an ancestral residence. He changed to an SVD formation house, landscaping of the cemetery, site development, and then acceptance of his architecture. This was critical, but it's a hybrid architecture. But he understood this is a kind of prophetic vocation to bring advocacies here. Don't touch nature. That was always his phrase, don't touch nature. And many people rather wanted something artificial. Many people feel up to today this is a provocative architecture, but I think many people understand still the advocacy. And his readiness to adjust design, so you can also see it is in Bohol. Here he adjusted his design, it's not so provocative. And execution, sometimes it was difficult to find contractors to this. His offices, he was 3 times president of United Architects of the Philippines, Raja Humabon chapter, chairman, and the person, an interesting person. So finding is Flores' story is unfinished. He died in a young age. He was just 55 years old. And there are emotions up to today about these buildings because someone would like to have buildings like every Catholic university has, but some are happy that our buildings are different from those. The findings are actually, these hypotheses were actually confirmed and approved. So a conclusion regarding his architecture, Flores enriched the contemporary Philippine architecture with original and interesting design visions. His visions connected with high appreciation nature and individual humanity. And this is very Filipino, the appreciation of nature. And this is not the usual features, but something unique, thought-provoking character. And so here are my references. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bella. We have 10 minutes. Maybe someone have questions to the speaker. Okay, we have no questions. So thank you again. And so for me and for my team, in our research, this kind of scientific work are very interesting because we are to study architects' creative activity, and so it's interesting to see methods that you used in your work. So we can finish our first section. I will not stop our translation. So we have 10 minutes break and then we'll start the second section. So I see some speakers are here. So, and I invite all Philippines colleagues to join the second section. So thank you.
Thank you.
So just a few minutes break, okay? So good morning, good day, and good evening, dear friends, colleagues. So I'm glad to see every one of you.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, buongiorno from Italy. Hello.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning. So 3 hours later, we start our conference, our first section with our Philippine colleagues, and I see many of them are still here. So, and I think they joined to discussion. So let's start the second section of our conference. The section under the title Regional Architecture Study Problem. So it's my pleasure to invite our moderator of this section, Elena Nikiforova de Ambra, PhD in psychology, associate professor from Trieste, Italy. I introduced first speaker, Gianfranco Guaranga, from University of Trieste. So Gianfranco, you can start. And
Yes, Gianfranco, we are waiting you. Hello, Gianfranco.
Can you switch on microphone? Sound.
Sorry. Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I approve for condividere lo schermo.
Mikhail, please help to get the PowerPoint of Gianfranco.
Okay, well, just a second.
I will send to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Which weather is in Khabarovsk? How much degrees?
It's quite okay. It's about -5, -7 degree, but we have incredibly beautiful snow today. Snow, and there are terrible problems on the road. Yeah.
Ice.
Everything in the snow.
In snow. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I have a
We
presentation
have wind
in front
today in Trieste. Bora, we have Bora.
Big Bora. Perché non
No,
so
big,
come
middle.
non so come si condivide lo schermo. Ok.
Okay, so everyone can see my screen, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's work.
Okay. Okay, let's start.
Okay.
Let's start.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go.
okay, let's start.
I feel a little shame for my English language, but I still try. One. Okay. Can you go in the other? Okay. The first image. I'll make for go.
Mikhail.
Okay. Yes. I say you when you go in the other image. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. In this paper about the house, in its most ample meaning of living, I would like to begin with a peculiar statement by Jan Badovici, partner of the more famous Ellen Gray and the co-author, always ignored, of the small rationalist masterpiece made by both of them. The disrespectful, if not a vulgar statement, not only include a term which falls outside of architectural language, but I would also be unimaginable in a formal context. overlooking the supposed vulgarity. However, it becomes the pretext in the order of I investigate the latent concept of the statement and to potentially extract its meaning. A short for a word in a needed standing from this house and leading to the main topic. Can you go the other? Okay. The Villa A1027 begins with a great love story between the aristocratic designer of Irish origin, Alan Gray, and the Romanian architect, Jan Badovici. Okay, go. The other, please. Okay. The author decided to name their house of the Costa Azzurra. This way, when between 1926 and 1929, they planned in it and released it in a strip of land between the sea and the railway. They took an active part in the building and even in the manual labor. Okay, can you go? Very sorry for my English, sorry. Can you go in the other? Okay, please. Okay. All the principles of modern architecture codified by Le Corbusier in 1923 are present in the house. The free plant, pilotis, the ribbon windows, and the roof garden. Can you go? Okay, the other, please. Okay. Le Corbusier will only be able to apply these some years later in Villa Savoie. But where Le Corbusier imagines the house of a machine to live in, Alan Gray imagines a sensual space where life can flow freely. Can you go, please? It also appears as a paradox that this outstanding example of rationalism stands so near to the place where the spiritual father of the rationalism will release his house refuge 22 years later. In this house, he uses an architectural language which is very far from the modern. The name Le Cabanon by Le Corbusier reflects what the building actually is, a small architectural object with an obvious recall to a shack. These are suggested by the corrugated sheet metal roof and the tree trunks of the facades, which includes a comfortable interior space. A sort of paradox brushes against irony, also we learn that Alan Gray and Badovici use to affectionately call their creation the barack, shack, the barack. Okay, can you go? The other, please. Okay. The barack is the opposite of the monastic refuge realized by the Swiss master on the same street of sea where he will die. It is a spectacular place where a mobile space soaked in light evokes Mediterranean atmosphere, which reflect in the white construction. Can you go? The other, please. A hospitable place where, as in the author intention, freedom and intimacy should coexist. The living room is a fact conceived as an open space where one can live together, and each room has direct access to the garden in order to respect the independence of the guest and of the host. Carved shield envelope and surprise those inside, opening and closing the perspectives and point of view. Can you go in the other? Okay. No, please. Before. Okay. Even the furniture unravel in harmony of movement from the sliding of glass to the curtain and the shutters, ending with the table that open up and the drawers that rotate along their orthogonal axis. Okay, can you go? Okay. Ellen Gray will never live in this house, as her great love story will end in the separation between the two and of the works, in the end of the works. The house will afterwards be owned by Badovici, and Gray will later retire in a voluntary and total isolation. Even though she will not totally abandon her work, she will be forgotten by the history until her rediscovery in the 70 years, shortly before her death. Ironic, the villa A1027 seem to share the same destiny. As after Badovic's did, many owners followed each other and the furniture when lost. The house was abandoned in 2007 when a private organization covered part of the restoration that started in 2013. The restoration saved the whole building as well as on the furniture and the decoration. Can you go? The other. Back to the realization of the work and to the mentioned sentence, what puzzled we was that refined space and decoration, as well as the beautiful manners of aristocratic lady, were accompanied by the out of the place, if not vulgar term that Badovic chooses, while standing that architectural is where one can fart in peace. Badovic does not use this word in a metaphorical way. The word fat is not an adjective that drastically synthesizes a negative judgment. No, used together with an object on theory and ironic scornful way, even interpreting it as a lexicon belonging to the Arctic contemporary toward very sorry. Oh, it is used in standard in a meaning that appears as pure act of relief and infantile happiness. The house must after shelter and protection, but more precisely, it must provide freedom and protection. This is what this is the author intention. Their house promises. This is probably the concept with is this respectful but effective way the praise means to synthesize. Walter Benjamin, can you go? I am finished, sorry. Walter Benjamin stressed the difficulties of reflecting on the contemporary way of living as if the original way of living is living not in a house, but in a shell. One must bestow to the house the image of man inside the uterus and will as a contemporary existence. But when Badovich seems to claim, together with protection, the freedom promised by architecture, he probably considers the latter more important than the conventional one. Freedom which will allow us to feel at ease in the place that considers with our deepest intimacy. Emanuele Coccia, one philosopher, interpreting it from a philosophical point of view, writes the house is the moral reality for excellence, a psychic and material artifact that enables us to exist in the better way than our nature world allows us to be. Most important of, he say, before being an object, the house is an emotion, a hope, and a project of life. This concept can give a more concrete sense to the idea of protection and freedom the Villa E1027 was yearning for. Can you, okay, go. The last image, okay. In also think that Coccia poses an important matter regarding the present historical piece, as the says that social media are extension of projection of the domestic space. They literally are distorted utopic image of a new way of thinking the domestic sociality, facing these houses which are dreamed of and lived through digital prosthetics. Our houses and our apartment look like obsolete machine, big parallelepipeds built to distill our lives based on distinct function. I believe in the last, I believe this should become an untable architectural theme, is a should force us to reflect on the contemporary living, implying a revision of the concept of living as truth until today. Oh, very sorry for, but I am very ashamed. Sorry, I am finished. Thank you very much. Sorry. I hope you have understand something.
Oh, of
Okay,
course,
thank
so
you,
much
Gianfranco.
interesting. Thank you.
Sorry, it's very problem. I am same, but okay.
Somebody have some questions?
I hope no.
People, you have some questions? No. Thank you, Gianfranco. It's very interesting theme, and I hope we will listen more big story about this question, because this place is fantastic. It's this architecture style. It's more interesting and modern. And
But
we will see.
this question is synthetic, no? I hope when we publish this is better for the question, no?
Yes, yes, yes. Of course, because the context of your report it's so much important. Of course, much interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next one is Marco Marchesi from Treviso. It's other town in Italy, and he present his report. Marco.
Hello, nice to meet you again. I'm very happy to be here also this year. And if it's possible, I share the screen with some slides to be more simple for you to understand. Okay. And the argument is the master plan of Buenos Aires. And wait. Okay. And unlikely a dialogue between Le Corbusier and Borges. The intent is to unhuge any limitations proposed by this year conference and to look to the future of urban planning and metropolitan cities by revisiting past experiences and projects. How often have we heard in our country at school, Historia Magistra Vitae, and who more than Le Corbusier can be counted as master, forerunner of contemporary urban planning? The choice is provocative because it deals with issues and problems apparently far from Europe, Asia, and Russia. The subject is a Latin city in soul and language, but American by aspiration, Buenos Aires. Le Corbusier's proposal for a master plan for the city of Buenos Aires was made in the middle of the European war, just at the moment when modern society seems to want to do nothing but self-destruct, kill its men, and annihilate everything what has been manufactured and built. The development of the team is a sort of imaginary dialogue between two great masters of the 20th century, Borges and Le Corbusier. Both propose solutions through the analysis of the metropolitan city of Buenos Aires, even if from diametrically and apparently opposite points of view: poetry and urban planning, music and geometry, feelings and rationality, but for this reason, complementary. Let me show you some sketches by Le Corbusier during his approach by steamship in 1929. In the first sketch, you can see a comparison scheme between two metropolitan cities, New York City and Buenos Aires. New York is defined by Le Corbusier as a pathetically paradoxical city, and Buenos Aires is a port city with without a defined skyline. It extends enormously between the Rio de la Plata and the mountains. immediately he had the idea of an important waterfront with a very tall buildings on pilotis. And some sketches of the Latin centuriation, this is on the right side, that starts from the idea of the Spanish carré to arrive at more poetic ideas, the poetic ideas of the sky, the sea, la mer, and the night, le ciel argentine. And it is here that technique and poetry mix together. On this, in this sketch, Le Corbusier represents an ideal section of the city, starting from the airport and passing through the business citadel, skyscrapers on pilotis, the docks, the trains, the barranca, and the ancient city. In this sketch, you can see the La Pampa, La Ciudad, and Rio. And for Le Corbusier, this was the natural limit of the ciudad, of Buenos Aires. In this plan, he moves away from the urban scale to try out the architectural scale and attempt to define with greater precision the view of the Rio de la Plata, the new waterfront of Buenos Aires. And so there is a technical drawing when Le Corbusier defines some parts of the city in front of the Rio de la Plata, the recreation center on pilotis, the business center, the municipal center, the housing district, the trade union center, the Pan American Center, the government center, and so on. But this is the most emotional sketch. This is poetry, and the vision by night of the waterfront. These 5 skyscraper on the Rio de la Plata. And this is a real image of Buenos Aires today, Puerto Madero. This is the city today, apparently not so different from how Le Corbusier had imagined in 1938. This is a view. But also this is Buenos Aires. This is the Buenos Aires of Jorge Luis Borges, houses of the Caminito Way in the district of Boca. And also this is Buenos Aires, the old cemetery of Recoleta. This is considered the most beautiful cemetery in the world. Sorry. Some imagine of the Recoleta cemetery. And also this is Buenos Aires, the gigantic Floralis Generica, 23-meter high, a sculpture made of steel and aluminum located in Plaza de las Naciones Unidas, a gift to the city by the architect Eduardo Catalano, created in 2002. The sculpture was designed to move closing its petals in the evening and opening them in the morning. It represents all the flowers in the world. And also this is Buenos Aires, the tango. And so let me tell you something about Borges. The basic motif of Borges' first poetic season is the suburb of Buenos Aires, perceived mostly as a quiet space of the soul, a dimension of familiar custom, a urban poetry. It is El Sur, the south, that he described so well in the verses of Fervor de Buenos Aires. Sorry. Having heard the circle of the water in the secret system, the smell of jasmine and mother selva, the silence of the sleeping bird, the arch of the entrance hall, the humidity, these things perhaps are poetry. Therefore, the inspiring element is not given by the lively tinkling center, but by the lazy and domestic suburb on a human scale, by the countryside, where the city thinks on until it gets lost, swallowed by the ancient monster that is space. Argentina, the Pampas, an ever-thinking ocean of emptiness, ready to take back its rights over the areas usurped by man. The limits, not limits, that Borges describes are among these roads that dig the sunset. There will be one, I don't know which one, that I've traveled already for the last time, indifferent, and without guessing it, submissive, to the one which sets omnipotent norms and a secret and rigid measure to the shadows, dreams, and forms, which weave and are themselves this life. This is how, after 400 years, the capital of Argentina continues to seek its meaning through the mirror that the literature offers it. What it sees, that we see, is a path that is still uncertain, drawn both by nostalgia and by the desire of nature. Okay. I have finished. I hope to give you some stimulus to read this fantastic poem of Jorge Luis Borges and understand something more about Buenos Aires.
Thank you, Marco. It's so interesting, this theme, and people want to tell something.
I'm so emotional because I love many questions that you take out in your question. Of course, I love Le Corbusier. Who don't love Le Corbusier? But I studied tango argentino, but in at San Francisco, where I lived so much time, many years ago. Very interesting. Thanks again for your emotional question. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Somebody have some questions? Please. No. Okay, Marco, thank you so much. We will wait your article for the future publication. I hope you will run more of.
Yes, of course, of course.
You give more information in this good, interesting theme. Thank you so much.
Bye.
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 Mikhail.
Okay, thank you, Marka. And I introduce the next speaker from Pacific National University. It's Tatiana Smolininova. Please, you can move screen demonstration.
Hello, my name is Tatiana Smolininova. Theme of my report: unrealized project of the consular building of the Russian Empire in Harbin. From the materials previously studied by the author, it can be noted that the consular of the Russian Empire in Harbin had rare offices in extended buildings, such as the Yamato Hotel, the Horvath Mansion, the Harbin Polytechnic University building, and the Kroll Mansion. These facilities did not fully meet the need of the consular office, which is very was a need to create projects and build new buildings. After the October Revolution, the Harbin consulate in China was left without its own premises due to the problems with renting apartments for employees. So the plan of the reorganization of the consular service of the Russian Empire appeared. The creation of projects of consulate institution of the Russian Imperial Consulate in Harbin was part of it, which were never built. Who did the projects remain unrealized? The Senate was the preliminary designs are dated 1930-1940, and their construction was never carried out due to the outbreak of the First World War. During the study, 3 draft projects were unrealized: building for the Russian Imperial Consulate General, the consular house with offices, the reception room, and apartment of voice consuls. The project of the consular facilities belonged to the authorship of the talented engineer Nikolai Alexandrovich, a graduate of the Institute of Civil Engineers. His professional activity is connected with the Chinese Eastern Railroad shortly there and Harbin. His buildings have been preserved to this day. According to the engineers' projects, the new consular house was conceived as a grandiose two-story building. The construction was supposed to be at a corner of Huntington Street and Danvigi Street. The list of premises and the areas is described in detail by the architect in the project. The construction project with a total area of 2154.91 square meters included not only the consular located in the corner part of the structure, but also the apartment of secretaries and dragomors. The apartment of the secretaries were 191.75 square meters each. The planning, structure, and construction of the premises of the apartment are unreal, with small deviation in area. Small but quite comfortable apartment of dragomans were located in the end part of the building along the Danvigi Street on the first and the second floor. Much attention is paid to the light and imaginative solution of the consular institution in the draft design. The building had to be close as possible to the urban development, but at the same time because its architecture accent. Also, the building was designed along the red line. It had a narrow landscaped area, visually creating a barrier between the street and the buildings. The architectural solution of the facade is described by the need to ensure the reception of the building from the street and make it memorable due to the compositional solution and large dimensions. The basis concept includes the creation of the representative image and harmonious unity with the existing urban environment. Large windows on for creating the image of the capital's palace. Vertical divisions prevail during the building lightness and upward orientation. The second project of the House of the Consul General was a stone structure with 2 floors symmetrical in composition. The sketch of the building is designed in a strict uniform style, but conveys somewhat conventional when the design of the consular building. The entrance group is represented by the protruding glaze conservative in the Art Nouveau style. The central axis was accented by the 224-cent square dome with a spire crowned with the Russian flag, a large number of windows opening and a glass gallery will give the building a majestic appearance. According to the architecture plan, the main facade was actually not a social and working blocks, but a residential area. The layout of the building was decided such a way with the residential function prevailed over the working one. The plan was actually divided into parts of the right residential, of the left working. The space was decided in such a way that it was possible to distribute the floors of people, taking into account their separation and not interesting. It was necessary in these big works. The project of the residential building for the Vice Consul's complex, they view the speak of the apartments is represented by a 2-story big building with a basement. The area of the pool house was 591.01 square meters. In interesting symmetrical structure, the main expressive element of this very flanking towers down along the main volume with a simple and at the same time expressive trains with round windows of the axis of each of their faces. The peculiar elegance of the eclectic architecture of the house is created by borrowing elements of Byzantine architecture. According to the project by Kazigiri, it was planned to create 2 completely identical apartments on 2 floors. Conclusion: it can be said that the object of the complex varies sport to represent a grandiose project with implied the construction of the pole ensemble of consular institution of the Russian Empire. Architecture trends of the time can be noted on the example of the constructed draft project can be good. They are characterized by multi-style and eclecticism. The combination of public and residential function in the planning structure of objects differs from the generally accepted world standard and have belong in this time period. The end. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you, Tatiana, for your report. So you can finish screen demonstration, and I introduce the second speaker from Pacific National University 2, Екатерина Глатоленкова. Екатерina, please.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be here. And do you hear me?
No video.
Yes, we hear.
Yes. And let me introduce my presentation. The theme of my report is the Hungarian and Russian national styles in architecture. The report presents the results of the work in the scientific project, the architectural image of the motherland, Budapest, St. Petersburg, and Harbin, which was carried out with the financial support of RFBS and FRLC. You can see the content of my report on your screen, and the purpose of the study is to compare the mechanisms of construction, folk and national, in the architecture of Russia and in Hungary, and in the middle 19th and early 20th century. We interest what the Russian and Hungarian architecture have in common. The Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire have a lot in common. There are multi-confessional, multi-ethnic, and continental countries. Both Austro-Hungary and Russia had two capitals, the old Vienna and Moscow, and the new ones, Petersburg and Budapest. Similar features can also be seen in the planning of these two cities. For Russia, as well for Austro-Hungary, the Germany cultural lecture was one of the most important. German Enlightenment, German Romanticism played a leading role in the formation of national identity. Both in Budapest and in St. Petersburg, Germany had an important department in army, government, finance, and culture. So it was not surprising that there was so much German architecture in these cities. In multinational empires, ideas about the homeland were ambitious. In both Russia and Hungary, the search for their own national identity began almost at the same time, but led to different results. An appeal to the motherland nationality in Russia, with references to the monumental work of such researchers as Solntsev, Sultanov, and Stasov, is widely represented in Kirichenko's classic monograph Russian Style, which was first published in 1997 and reprinted in 2020. Let's list the important historical figures who influenced the formation of the Russian style. Fyodor Solntsev was a Russian painter and historian of art. His artwork was a major contribution in recording and preserving medieval Russian culture, which was a common subject of the paintings. He was the main author of the fundamental work of Antiquities of the Russian state. Nikolai Sultanov is a Russian architect and art critic and architectural historian, restorer, teacher, was a ideologist and researcher of the Russian style too. He was also involved in furniture design. And you can see the example of such furniture. It's a Kurulam chair. Vladimir Stasov, a Russian music and art critic, art historian, activist, and public figure. The big Russian, and here is his works. The big Russian style was strongly sacralized and was used primarily in Orthodox architecture.
Katerina, we see just first title. Can you move slides?
And now?
Nothing changed. Okay, continue. Katerina, you can continue.
Mm-hmm. And do you see my presentation?
No.
No. Okay, just a moment. I'm so sorry. And now? No?
No. Можно показать не на полный экран. Демонстрацию экрана и в PowerPoint не полностью. Да, вот так. И листать.
Так, я поняла. Так.
So can you show demonstration again? Yeah, and
do you see? Yes.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. It was my slides about Russian style and
everything is okay now.
Okay. I'm very sorry. The big Russian style was strongly sacralized and was used primarily in Orthodox architecture and in memorial architecture. The Russian style was announced as a way to decorate the places of rare phenomena of the empire to the common people, and it was used in coronation pavilions, imperial pavilions, at railway stations, triumphal arches in the Far East and Siberian cities, which was built in honor of the arrival of the Tsarevich Nikolai in 1891. Therefore, the high society with a democratically inclined and negative attitude towards the Romanov and Roberts retrospections, the projects did not take root in private buildings. The revival of the Russian style was prepared by the works of Solntsev, Sultanov, and Stasov, and did not receive wide popular. And today their names are familiar only to specialists. In Russia, the history of the Russian style was inspired by imperial orders, but in Hungarian national romanticism had an opposite anti-imperial vector. The figure of the first collector of folklore, the legendary drawing teacher Joseph Huska, enjoys national renown. interest in the figure of Joseph Huska is increasing in 2005. In 2005, an exhibition dedicated to him was held in the Ethnographic Museum of Budapest. His work on Magyar national ornament was republished in 2021. In 1885, the book Hungarian Decorative Style by Joseph Huska was published, in which the origin of different types of ornamentation was analyzed. The book became very popular for its time and influencing the perception of the national idea by the next generations. The popularity of the use of traditional Hungarian motifs in various fields is still not declining. Joseph Huska also considered important to include national Hungarian motifs in the decoration of facade, and in general promoted the idea of changing the architectural style of Rome. And here's his works. And we return to the questions. What do national architectural styles in Russian and Hungarian have in common? Comparing the text of Joseph Huska and Vasily Stasov and other authors in Russian, it's not difficult to notice that both assumed India as a cradle of national cultures. Stasov writes directly on his main works about the building roots of architectural motifs in traditional Russian embroidery and folk decor. The cultural ancestral home of both Russian and Hungarian national romanticism suddenly turned in India. The architectural historian and restorer Leduc wrote in his text about the Russian style. If Slavyanov Rus has family ties with the Greek and Asiat, then he has a relationship with the Roman. Why should he rape his nature? Thus, the main message of European geopolitics was declared that Russian is not Europe, which crossed out the 200-year program of the Russian emperors to construct the third Rome and to crush out the civilized world. Similar protests were launched in Hungary. For Russian as well, and there is a conclusion, for Russian as well as for Austro-Hungary, the German cultural vector played a leading role in the formation of national identity. Both in Russia and in Hungary, the search for their own national identity began almost in the same time, but led to completely different results. In Russia, the national style is imperial order. In Hungary, the democratic and Habsburg movement. The main ideologies of national styles assumed India to the cradle of national cultures. And that's all. I'm so sorry for these problems, and I will be glad to hear your feedback. And my colleague Salina Ivanova will continue in this theme in her report about Russian Orientalism. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Katerina. And I would like to invite our next speaker from Pacific National University. I'm sorry. In our program now is a professor from University of Fine Arts, Budapest, Judith Sanadi. I'm sorry if I was wrong in the pronunciation. Professor Judith, Professor Ivanova, and Ekaterina Gotolenkova and I have a grant, and the head of this grant is Professor Ivanova, and 3 of these reports are under this grant. So I think we will hear all 3 reports, and then if we need, we discuss. So Professor, welcome.
Hi, I am here.
Yeah, okay. You can show your screen.
I'll share it with you. Yes, can you see it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Wonderful. So then you see the title of this presentation about the Hungarian nationalistic patriotic architecture at the turn of the century. And just to show how interesting and actual this question in today, that just for have a conclusion at the end, I will add, I did, and add the two pictures about our actual government, how the revival of this time is coming back. What not everyone thinks that it is correct or it's good, but lots of people love it so much. So in 1848, there was a series of revolutions through all Europe, and in Budapest also there was the freedom and nationalistic revolution. And I have chosen the time of 1873 because this is the year of the unifying merged cities of Pest and Buda. Before, the two cities was growing up on two sides of the Danube. Maybe everyone knows that the Danube and Budapest belongs together, but not definitely. And I finish it with the First World War, because this is a period when the first researches in each field of the art, of the culture, the nationalism, patriotism went together completely. So this is the period with the conflicts and the looking for, the researching, where is the Hungarian roots belong to. So there was one group, and even today exist these two groups. One is for the origin of Hungary is in the Far East. So this is very nice that now 120 years later, we meet from the Far East and Hungary, Budapest. So it was always a big question, and it is not decided that the Hungarian nation, where it comes from. So this is the period when, yes, when everyone has, before me, Yekaterina, I guess, was talking about the motifs, the collection of the folk art motifs. And if you know, maybe the most famous part of the culture in Hungary is always the music. The collection of the music notes and the folk art notes belong to this period. Bartók and Kodály was the two great figures of the field of music, and they collected at the time in Transylvania, Romania, Slovakia, and all around the Carpat territories. So here we are. I had decided to whom to show. I decided to show you Ödön Lechner, who was born in 1845 and died in 1914. So it is just the period I wanted to show you, to share it with you. And as to, he is the origin of the modern architecture in Hungary. You will see purely that he is the one who keeps the, how to say, the ritual or the ideology for collecting the folk art. And because this folk art is not just in the territories and Romania, but still it goes farther in Far East Asia. So he was one of the prime representatives of the Hungarian secession style. Secession here is written in Hungarian, just to show you how close it is to the French secession, or which is related to the Art Nouveau in the rest of Europe, in France, in Belgium, in Vienna. And of course, Vienna is the closest big European country to Budapest and was always the example to see what they are doing. And it is one hand is a copy, that in other hand to showing something which is even better and bigger than in Vienna. So it is the time, as you know, that the new materials of iron comes in using in each architecture. So the modern architecture, modern buildings. So here you see at the back of the text, the most famous building of him, which is the Museum of Applied Art. And I will show more picture of him. And these buildings are, here you are on the list of the human, what is the name? World Heritage List, excuse me. So here is the Museum of Applied Art. And what you can see on this, that this is the time after the unifying, making up with the conciliation between Austria Empire and Hungary in 1867, there was a reconciliation of how much Hungary became a second biggest country in the Austrian monarchy. So from 1867, it is the beginning of the incredible fast and strong evolution in each field, mainly in the economy. So these are the examples. This is the same museum, and you can see the interior using the iron as a normal, natural structure of the epoca. So these are the two beautiful pictures of this museum, and if you will come sometimes to my city, I will show it to you definitely. On your left, this is the entrance hall, and we can see lots of motifs from the Persian and Indian motif, folk art motifs, not just the Transylvanian. I will show you some details to prove it. Here you are. So this is, you will see that it's something Turkish or more Eastern motifs here. And these are a mixture of Hungarian and the Eastern motifs here. He was a very, very talented pedagogue also. So he had lots of people who followed him. So I had to choose, for the reason of time, only two of them to show up the two directions of the evolution of the Hungarian architecture. And here is the first, Béla Lajta, who was born in 1873 and died in 1920. And we have to say that he was really the modern architecture founder in Hungary. Even until today, the best modern buildings belong to him. With the reason to compare it with the museum, with what we have seen before, here is this bookstore interior in this building here down. You find it here. So the details of this is already in a Hungarian style of the secession, absolutely. His house was his home. So the family held this bookstore, which is down there, and he designed that. And you won't say that it is from the same time of the Museum of Applied Art. I have to say it is from the same time. Here is the famous school of him, where he really found the mixture of the old motifs, what he collected. He collected mainly in Transylvania, in Hungary, and in the Carpats everywhere. So, but the composition with these high columns here, which unifying three levels of the building, gives a completely new vision of the architecture. Here is his drawing for it. Maybe I can No, I can't. So this is the entrance hall, and this is the facade of it. And this is the most beautiful theater in Budapest. It is in the city center. And the name was Parisiana Theater at the origin. Today, there is a modern name of it, but even don't mention, we don't like it, not a good company in there, unfortunately. And this is the interior where you can see how much the modern and the traditional are mixed together completely. So everything exists together. Yes. So the other branch of his followers, going back to Lechner, is a Hungarian national Transylvanian architecture, where they really collected only the Transylvanian motifs, and they build all the buildings of them from these, comparing to the Transylvanian housings. These are in Budapest. This is an old district in Budapest, was built in 1914. And just to show again how much the Transylvanian motifs are mixed together, this is a modern school by the same person with the Transylvanian motif. Mainly the roof are coming from there, and behind the drawing of Kós Károly, who is the biggest, and even today exists the followers of Kós Károly who are using a Transylvanian motif. And as I promised, I'll show you today Budapest, where imagine this building was destroyed 3-4 years ago, and instead of it, they rebuilt this historicist building in Budapest. This is our government, who wants to go back 120 years ago, minimum 100 years ago. And one more, what is my favorite, I won't say my opinion, but they rebuilt a building of the Royal Hall in the castle to show that we are as much as big nation as 100 years ago. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor. You can stop screen demonstration. Okay, thank you. And I invite next speaker from Pacific National University, Professor Ivanova.
One moment, please.
Okay, you can start.
One moment. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you can show your screen for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, my colleagues. I'm very glad to see you again. Now I'm with my young colleague Katya Kiki in Moscow, in Far East evening, but it's all right. I want to tell about Russian Orientalism. This is underexplored area of architecture history. It's a very short take. Begin, please. The history of Russian colonial architecture has not been written, but is main stage of a real coming. It's Konstantin Korovin painting on pavilion, on the Russian pavilion on the World exhibition in Paris. The beginning of Russian Orientalism is association with Catherine Barrett. Catherine II. In honor of the victory over the Turk, she organized a holiday in Moscow on the Khadinsky field. Pavilion where built Kazakov and Bajenov architecture, between Turkish palace and Russian castles. Please, what is Oriental cream town Kerch. This is the beginning of Russian Orientalism. Maybe. In the park of Tsarskoye Selo, she ordered the construction of many Eastern pavilions. Excuse me, one moment, please. Так, one moment, please. Так, нет одного слайда, ну ладно. Да. In Tsarskoye Selo Park, we can see two varieties of Russian Orientalism, China and Turkey. The dream of China and Turkey came from 20 years later. Russian annexes northern Manchuria and Turkestan. The founder of Russian Orientalism style was Edward Bloor. He was a fire well-known architecture. In London, he revealed Buckingham Palace. He was the architecture for Government House, Sydney, Australia. In the city of Apunka, Bloor built the palace of the ruler of Kavkaz, Prince Vorontsov. Excuse me, Prince Vorontsov. It's the first Russian Orientalism building. It's Palace Vorontsov in the Crimea city of Alupka, the tax village. Architecture Edward Bloor, architecture of the Buckingham Palace. Parallel Russian Orientalism and the Britain Orientalism. Dream of India. Dream of Russian India, dream of Britain India. Gothic and Marist motifs I said in the architecture of Vorontsov Palace, which formerly were resort architectures of a Black Sea coast and the houses. In the middle of the 19th century, Russian annexed Turkestan, centralized began to the population and exhibition. Yes. I want to show you the pavilions at the exhibition of Nizhny Novgorod. Exhibition on the Nizhny Novgorod. Very interesting thing. Many pictures about the Nizhny Novgorod. The main pavilion was built by Pomerantsev architecture. He built the upon shooting Arab on the Red Square in Moscow. All the dream of Russian India come true in this pavilion. It's a dream, French dream about India, Britain dreams about India, and Russian dreams about India. The main artist of Russian Orientalism, Vereshchagin, who was also fond of India. Typology of Russian Orientalism architecture: court, the theater and park, cult, mosque and synagogues, commercial, exhibition pavilion and trading house, private, masons and summer cottage resort, frontier architecture, rail station and garrison architecture. No. Ideology, Russian Orientalism.
Alina, sorry, can you speak near of microphone, because it's we don't hear around nothing.
Excuse my Italian, my pet Bella Italy. Big backup. Yes. Many pictures about Russian pavilions, Orientalism Russian pavilions on the exhibition in Nizhny Novgorod. It's a big city on the river Volga. It's in Volga, on the Volga. It's very interesting. The pavilion Far East is not very very interesting. Tiger and bear, it's all. This is a pavilion Nobel in oil magnates in the Caspian. Nobel pavilion, like Moscow. It's pavilion Far East, Siberia, Far East. It's team of Turkestan. It's team of Turkestan, Russian Turkestan. And this is Russian Siberia. Representation Russian Siberia. It's a representation Russian Siberia and Far East. Far East and Turkestan. Russian Far East and Russian Turkestan. Very interesting. Russian Far East and Russian style. Element of a neo-American style realized in the design of a station of Turkestan region. The triumph of Russian colonial architecture is associated with a representative of Soviet power in the Central Asian Republic. Soviet academic headed by Shusev characterized the universal aesthetic of an imperial adscript. Example for Soviet Orientalism can style well seen today of a main street and the square of Yerevan, Baku, Tiflis, Bishkek, Ashgabat, Tashkent, and Almaty. Soviet Orientalism successfully integrated local architecture tradition. The resulting style can the condition called colonial Art Deco. Soviet colonial Art Deco, maybe. Thank you very much, my friend. It's a short take, it's over. Thank you.
Thank you, Alina Pavlovna. So now we have 3 reports connected with one scientific project. And if anyone have question, welcome. So if we have no question, we can go ahead. So it's my pleasure to introduce next speakers, Giuseppa De Ambra and Elena Nikiforova De Ambra from Trieste. So welcome. Elena, can you switch microphone?
We are ready.
Buongiorno, buongiorno everybody. I need to start?
Yeah.
Anyway, I try to start. this one, it's not one investigation. It's one idea that right now we have when we were, because we are a new citizen in this city, in Trieste. And then, like the other person, or maybe the other tourist, when we walk in Trieste, we look the city. Oh, look, it's beautiful, not beautiful. Honestly, until 6 months ago, Trieste was made beautiful from the architect. From the regular tourist, it's completely not beautiful because everything is cold, dark. No one prospect going to be good. And only, sorry, I need to tell you one question right now. There is no logically programmation in this photo. Photo is walking like people when walk in the city. What's up? Maybe finally you go back, you get a coffee, because that's it, our first impression. This suggestion is not for architect. Architect has interest to go inside another question, architectural question, but in the city, don't live there just the architect. The architect is one, fortunately for us, it's one little percentage normally in the city. In the city, live the other person. What you need to do to show, oh, bellissima Trieste, I want to go there to live. Now it's one horrible city. What's the next one to choose one city or another one? Think about what? What you did when you was young, very young person, a boy? What did the boy want? They go inside, oh, let me see this one. Oh, beautiful. Let me see what's up inside. No, it's not true when you need to choose one mobile or another stuff. You get one stuff, look 1 second, beautiful or not beautiful. I get, I don't get. Here. Same when you start to be 18, 20 years, you have different education. What you do to choose one city? Another sample, to choose a wife. Please, take out your dress. Of course not. Everybody want to do so, but of course, no, you don't say take out. You make photo. I like this women. I don't like this this other. Maybe with these women, I have some interest. Then I try to put more attention. But at the beginning, you need to have some interest, because if you see some women that it's not exactly what you think about the women, maybe she's a premium Nobel from medicine, from some other, but you don't choose these women. Same question with the city. In the city, live citizen, not architect. Make a photo. I want to live here. I don't want to live here because you look horrible. What's up right now in Trieste for what we are showing you? Several photos without, it's just emotion. You like this one? Okay, no problem, go in the other one. You like this one? No problem, go in the other one. Fortunately, happening one law from the, no remodeling, it's not remodeling the building, it's another question, just the facade, they call right now, but don't have any interest, it's 90% that the state give you the money cover like 90% of 110%, but this one is economical situation. What I try to tell you that right now, not in all the city in Italy, but in Trieste, yes, I don't know in the other, in many cities happening so, with some government program, is changing le facciate, what do you say? The faces of the house. In this one city for the regular person, and in psychological view, gonna be completely different. Right now, give us like 3 months, because in February we'll pass 3 months, and the element to think that in the downtown to Trieste, around 500 buildings, they are changing the color, but changing the color, you don't need to think that the color, it's nothing, it's completely wrong. Color for the life, for the person, normal. For the person that live in the city, it's very important. Person don't born to see black and white, black and white. Well, that's it, what we see when there is no money and nobody think for the facade. That's the reason because many cities look like abandoned, that people want to change. Trieste, well, for me, that I'm not Trieste, you know, right now start to be better. I have more interest. If you want, I'm more excited. Oh, look how much beautiful is this one. Look how much is this one. For the color, but for the color, I think that it's better that I be quiet and I give the the chance to Elena to communicate about the color.
Yes, of course, you know that the color in psychological problem and status of psychological status of the person is most important stuff. And when you see light color, new color, fresh color, you have other situation inside of you. And when you see color like this one, house like this one, you see new house and near is old house. It's near. It's impossible. It's some situation can give you depressions. Then for the city to see new houses, new refreshed work like now in Trieste, to give fresh emotions, fresh impressions, and Trieste, like touristic town, we hope get more requests to come here. In the story of the town, you know, Trieste was like last part of Italy, and a long time Italy saw Trieste like Italy town, but not Italy town. It's in the border with Soviet area, ex-Soviet area, in the border of Austrian area. It's so much rich town, but was abandoned in.
Because the new businessmen don't want to put money in Trieste because they don't know if finally Trieste will be more Italian or another country. Who want to put money in some city that finally don't know if will be in the same nation or in another nation? That's the big problem, because in Trieste from the Second World War until 10 years ago, it's nothing. Nobody want to spend $1 in Trieste, because maybe we need to give it back at Yugoslavia. This time it was Yugoslavia, because we lose the second one. Don't forget that. But anyway, this one is all the question. But people understand for what in Trieste nobody for several years don't spend $1 to remodeling the city.
But you see how much rich the houses here. And when start remodeling of the house and the face of the every house, of course, for every person need be interesting to see. Knock, knock. What's the new? What happened in this town? You see this house, for example, so rich of decoration, so rich with style detail. This house is 1904, and yes, you see it's so rich. And I want to see now this house. I want live here. Me too.
That's honestly, it's this one the question. Now we get time to do more. Of course, find out why they put this color, you know, the other color. About this one in Italy with the rule about the historical center. There's other question. Of course, in our question, we'll put some question like Giancarlo De Carlo, what did in Torcello with the new one, the color is important, it's not important, that this one is sweet or not sweet. The problem is just one. Remodel, put color. Color means life. No color, just dark. The people will be dark inside. Yeah. That's the truth. Color. Give us time, 3 months, and you will see same building like this one. It's ready to be remodeling. They put color. I don't want to use remodeling.
This one too, this old part. You see, this one have the reconstruction, remodeling of color. You see how much rich details is here in color details.
And inside,
near, it's horrible. It's old. It's terrible to see. Like after civil war, this house. Now is start to work here.
In 3 months, we communicate again with you. Of course,
next year.
Next in February. Come on, it's in February with the new same building, maybe other building, but and you will see the difference. Thank you to put attention at our point. Grazie.
Thank you.
Oddio, li abbiamo persi tutti.
Michael.
Okay. Thank you for your report. So very interesting, so expressive. So maybe someone have questions to our speakers.
Nobody.
Okay, I think everyone can see in your presentation all information. So they want. Thank you. You can stop screen demonstration.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what I need to do to stop.
Up on the screen and there will be a red button.
See?
No.
No. So move up to the screen. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I'm not sure. Maybe we have one more report. Professor Rinen, are you here? So Professor Rinen chat that his student.
Yes, I'm still here.
Hello. Okay. So will we have one more report? Yeah.
One more presentation.
Yeah, you text that your student can join us.
No, I invited my students to attend the seminar.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think most of them are here. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I see your students and our students. So it's very good. young scientists and young students can join our scientific discussion. So that's all reports for today. It was interesting day, interesting scientific discussion. We discussed a lot of problems connected with architects, history of architecture, theory of architecture, urban planning, natural disasters, and any problems, any challenges, and I think this discussion was very interesting, very complicated, and this online format and this very different time, different for all countries, can give us new opportunities to give new information, to take new information, to see each other despite close borders, close countries, lockdowns, and any problems that now we have everywhere in the world. And I'm glad to see each other. I thanks for each other who can join, who can make reports today. And so let's finish this section, and let's finish our conference. If everyone wants something to say, welcome.
People want to tell, and we are. Ciao. We were so happy to see online. I'm so sorry that online, not really. Mikhail, Katerina, to hear Alina. I don't see Alina, but we hear Alina, and we know that Gianfranco, yes, Gianfranco, Marco, because we are in different towns. New colleagues, it's so I'm so glad to see new colleagues from Philippines. It's first time maybe that Philippines participate in this conference. It's a very nice country. We have friends in Philippines too. And from Budapest, we like Budapest so much. It's a so rich town, and we're happy to know new architects from Budapest. And we know that there is so much other our friends here. We don't hear them, but there is Larisa Bakilskaya, there is Natalia Goncharova, there is other person that we know, and we're so happy that we are together now. And we hope we see really sometime, one time, people. You want to tell something?
Maybe we're going to be like Guida Turistica in Trieste.
Yes. We are happy to do some tourist trip here in Trieste.
For everybody.
For everybody in Italy, in Vienna. Giancarlo want to see something, to tell something? No. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So today we have really wide geographic, really, and so real geographic. Our speakers from different countries, from Asia to Europe. And we have wide scientific geographic, and I think it's more wider. So we take more countries, more different regions, and I think it's very interesting. Then we can discuss a lot of problems from different cities, different regions, different nationalities, different countries. So I hope that soon we will have same conference, and we can meet together again, and maybe not online, not in real. So thank you very much for everyone. So goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you, Mikhail, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mikhail.
Thank you. Bravo.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
He compliments. Thank you.
Thank you.